Hello everyone, welcome to this very spontaneous little surprise stream. I hope you had fantastic holidays so far, and we're pretty close to the end of the year, so I thought, okay, it will be difficult to get a stream going tomorrow. As a result, I decided maybe I should stream today, so that is why this is a little bit spontaneous today, not like that was always in any way or form different here on this channel, but yeah. Details, right? Another thing is also I'm currently also worked quite a bit on another video today, a law-related one, and lost a big track of time. So suddenly I looked on the clock and it was very late and thought, oh no, if I want to stream today, I have to do it now, else today will be over soon. And yeah, there's definitely that. I, for my part, had a really good few holidays. And also took some days off, relaxed a little bit here and there, and that was pretty much needed after this very, very long way to producing this 2-hour 47 long video about Elrond in the Second Age, which I hope people have seen so far. Let me see, in theory I could just mute this here. Maybe get this on the main screen. Stuff will work out. So yeah, just to promote this video a little bit. Started a bit slow, but currently doing, I would at least say, decently okay-ish. Just have to figure out how I bring this up to the main screen here. Yeah, this one here. Good old video. We talk a lot about Lord Elrond from Lord of the Rings. Pretty intense project, to be honest. A lot of work went into this one, and I really hope people enjoyed it. And there will be more. Elrond in the Third Age is planned next. But that will take, again, some time. Even though I plan this time to make shorter videos and just split it a little bit in different parts, because it's just too much work to make like 2.5 hour long videos. It just takes forever. It's a frustrating and work intensive progress, and maybe I can streamline everything a bit by splitting the Third Age in a few parts. And maybe I release all-in-one version when it's done completely. But there's that. The other video I'm working on is also quite of an interesting project. So maybe stop looking into this here. It's also a quite interesting project I'm currently working on. It's again a bit about language and pronunciation stuff. The idea was maybe make a bit of a shorter or maybe easier for me to write video. And since I did a lot of research in the past about language stuff, oh nice. Abi Kitty is there too, welcome. Nice to see you here. Hope you have some time and can stay a bit. Or have some questions, that would be interesting. However, the video I'm currently working on is a bit again about, I wouldn't call it a sequel to the Languages of Tolkien video, but it definitely goes also a bit into the language part. And it's mainly about pronunciation, like a list going through my thought process of how I pronounce certain names and explain what the background of the names is, and maybe some interesting tidbits here and there, and details that people might have missed when it comes to that kind of stuff. It's very, in my opinion, interesting, the language aspect of Tolkien, and very important one to really understand him. As a result, it is, of course, also not demanding, but yeah, it might sound a bit boring, but there are some really interesting details when it comes to some of the names. And yeah, looking forward what people will think of it when it will be done. Depending on how many words I cover, the length of the video could also vary by quite a bit. So there's that. But if you have specific names you want to know more about the pronunciation or its origin and so on, maybe you can also post that into chat. That would be quite interesting. Also, this is a Q&A live stream, and for Q&A live stream, of course, also some questions are needed. So if you have any questions regarding Tolkien and his lore, feel free to ask them in chat. and I will try to answer them as good as I can. We also discussed, like in the past, I also hope that image stuff and sound is doing well. Maybe I'm a bit I'm not very loud. Maybe increase it a little notch. So maybe I hope I won't get too loud now. I'm not sure. No, should be okay. So maybe I make this stuff a bit louder. But on paper, everything should work. Everything looks fine. I hope that is the case for you too. Technical issues always difficult. This was a very spontaneous stream, to be honest. Maybe I relaxed a bit too much the last few days, but I really needed a bit of time off too. And as a result, at the end of the year, if you would still want to stream, it's maybe a bit unprepared, but still there is a lot of interesting stuff going on there. So also you'd expect that people are a bit surprised by this stream here. Hi, is there any information about the currency in Lord of the Rings? Oh, that is interesting. Also, welcome, Seb Hive. Let me just see. I also had production stuff for that in the past. I remember that. Let me see how that works. Like, I have a thing for questions, so I can also show the questions on screen. Might be helpful. Production, always awesome. Doing it live. Yeah, so this is a question. Any information about currency in Lord of the Rings? That's a very interesting... Oh, that's also a good question. That's a very interesting question already. Currency. Sadly, it is not really my expertise when it comes to currencies in the Lord of the Rings universe. If I'm not totally mistaken, didn't Nature of Middle-earth also have some new or something published about currencies in Lord of the Rings? I might be wrong here, though. Let me just check. No, I'm probably wrong here. I think there's not that much information about it. In general, Tolkien, when it comes to describing how economy works, is very... Yeah, there's not very much information. It's very thin when it comes to this regard. So I can't really tell you all that much. I know there is a currency in Gondor. I think it's called Kastar, I think. It's a small, let me just see here. Yeah, it's a small silver coin. What are the sources for this? Peoples of Middle-earth mentions it. It is interesting that it's only in Peoples of Middle-earth. Does Lord of the Rings mention it? That would be also an interesting thing to note. I would assume that also the Shire has some form of money. Yeah. It won't make sense for them, but as you see, I'm really struggling here to answer this question because I have to really admit I don't have much knowledge about the problem with it is it's not very present in the works. As a result, it's more like hidden in some half sentences in The Hobbit, in Lord of the Rings maybe, and so on. I also remember now that I'm talking about it that in Bree there's also the thing where they have to buy new ponies because the old were set free, if I remember correctly, and there's also a certain amount of money given there, and it's given because Butterbur loses the ponies. If you want, he has to basically pay for new ones, and there is like a mention about this. Maybe I can find this. That should be in... Let me see, what chapter could this be? Most likely it can only be one, right? It is assigned as a prancing pony. Or it's in the Strider chapter. I would assume... Let me see. What was the currency called? Wasn't it silver pennies or something like this? Very curious now. It's working not quite as well. as I hoped it would be. But it's a very interesting question. But I would say it, for at least from my side, I would need to do a bit of research to really answer this in a way. All I know is there is not much information on how currencies work and so on, which is there. Bill Ferny's price was 12 silver pennies, and that was indeed at least 3 times the pony's value in those parts. So it seems like the amount of ponies you get for it is quite high for just a few silver pennies. There's that. How this is exactly related to the the Gondorian currency, I can't tell you in any shape or form. I hope that somewhat helps it, but it's difficult. Dwarves have gold, of course. Yeah, that is true. There are definitely mentions of it, but there's no relation of how those different currencies interact in any shape or form, or if they are currency. Maybe silver pennies is another name for the Gondorian currency, which is also described, I think, as silver. So really hard to say, but definitely a topic I'm not too familiar with, to be honest. Though it's a very interesting question. Don't get me wrong here, but it is very little there is. We know too. I know that, for example, it has nothing to do with currencies, I think, but Tolkien wrote an essay about I think it's called About Dwarves and Men. I think we also find it in the Silmarillion in parts, but there's also in Peoples of Middle-earth. There is a section that includes very interesting material about the relationship of early men that, for example, settled close to the Misty Mountains, I assume, and the dwarves and how they traded. There are some mentions of that, so if you look for it's Call of Men and Dwarves in Lord of the Rings, right? There's definitely a chapter though, but what is it called in? I think it's of Dwarves and Men in the what's it called? The Peoples of Middle-earth. And for example, let me see if I can find it really quick here in my stuff. Page 295. There it is. Yeah, there's some interesting stuff in it. For example, that dwarves had definitely trouble gathering certain things. I assume it was food, maybe also wood. I'm not sure how it exactly was mentioned there, but there was like a trade between them. The dwarves gave men some knowledge, maybe some metal works and so on, maybe taught them even to smith something, but on the other way around, the men also helped the dwarves out in these disciplines men were good at, and that helped them out. But there's not a mention of if they had any currency or exchanged like silver coins, gold coins, or whatever. So there's that. But yeah, as said, I'm struggling a bit with answering this, so I'm sorry for that I couldn't answer it in depth, as much in depth as I would like to. How to pronounce Aragorn? So the pronunciation is kind of a relatively interesting question, because I also wrote a bit about this today. So I have always a bit trouble saying this name, because I have the tendency to put the stress on the second A, but the pronunciation would be Aragorn. The stress is on the first syllable, on the first A, and then the R's are simply rolled. The G remains a G, the A is A, the O is O, and then it becomes Aragorn. And round about that should be the pronunciation of this. %90 of everything script. Also, maybe I could blend in the chat question here really quick. That should work. I know it's not in the middle. That might change a lot, but there's that. Do we have a good picture of our good friend Aragorn? I think we have Aragorn I have a very good picture of him. I'm not sure how it's called though. By Kimberly80. It's one of the more recent ones. Pretty awesome artwork of him. Shoutouts to Kimberly80 as always. Fantastic artist. Really great artwork. So yeah, let's move on. How important was Farmer Maggot? I don't know why the films didn't include him more. That's an interesting question too. I don't think I have an image of Farmer Maggot. Or like an artwork of him. So probably can't show you anything. No, maybe Ted Nesmith draw something, but maybe I have it not in my image database. So there is that. Let me just put your question up on the chat really fast. Where is it? Question. So how important is he? That's a good question in a way. I guess it already depends on what do you understand when it comes to what do you mean by important. Is he very, you could even ask the question, is Tom Bombadil important for the story? Because we know that Farmer Maggot and Tom Bombadil knew each other, which is a very interesting detail in my opinion that expands a bit. I think Farmer Maggot is a very important figure, or relatively important figure, because it is a first bit of character development for Frodo that we see in the books, because Frodo is afraid of Farmer Maggot. If we just consider the books, maybe even in the films. Let me see. There's a film screenshot where we see this farming tool. Let's call that. I don't know what the exact term of it for it is in English. And they are chased off basically by them. It's very different in the books, where they even are invited by Farmer Maggot and live there. And it's an interesting piece of character development for Frodo, because he fears him, because as a child he would maybe go there and steal, I don't know what it was, vegetables or mushrooms or whatever, and he would just send his dogs after him to chase him out from his ground and or from his property. That's probably the better way to phrase it. And at that point, he always feared Farmer Maggot. And then he meets him later, and he noticed that it's actually a pretty nice guy. And maybe he was a bit harsh to him as a kid. Maybe he, you can argue, deserved getting chased by dogs of the property of Farmer Maggot. But of course, as a child, you understand this a bit different in a way. So in this moment, now as an 50-year-old adult, he meets Farmer Maggot again, and even is still a bit scared, maybe of him, but sees that. Oh, thank you for joining. I would always said the fellowship, the philosophers. In case people wonder, I will explain in a moment. Let me just finish this thought here. And he then meets him again, and as a result, he sees he's actually a nice guy. There are reasons why he chased him off, why this conflict happened, and so on. And it turns out he helps him. He even brings him and his friends to the ferry with a wagon, and he knows the Nazgul are out there. In a way, he really almost, not sacrificed, but he definitely goes through danger to protect them, to bring them somewhere safe. So it's very interesting that just a little incident in the childhood made Frodo think that maybe Farmer Maggot is some kind of foe or some villain, for at least in his mind, if that makes sense. And he now, and this, in my opinion, Lord of the Rings a lot about exactly this, that what Gandalf, for example, says when Frodo talks about that Bilbo should have killed Gollum, and Gandalf scolds him for this and said the famous words that we, of course, all know, that some deserve life and some deserve death. Can you give it to them, and so on. It's a very powerful quote in that regard, and I think this further goes into exactly this direction of Frodo realizing that you can see, first of all, more in people, and on the other side, you can also learn to appreciate and sometimes understand the circumstances that something was done, something was said, even though it felt unjust from his perspective at the time, or maybe too over the top, and creating this I don't know, rift between those two characters. And now they return to this point and become friends, and that is in of itself very powerful. But I think it's also part of some kind of character development for Frodo. And you can say that this is said that this is not in the film. I would agree on that, but it's a bit moved around. I think the development that Frodo, maybe it starts there very slowly in the book, is in the films moved much more towards Gollum, I would say, later in the films. But it's just how I see it. Even the very wise cannot see all ends. Exactly. So now we get a lot of questions in chat, which I appreciate a lot. Thank you for that. If I don't answer a question, if you maybe copy the question and post it later again, so because I want to try to stay a bit at the pulse of chat, but currently there is still this going on. Oh yeah, I wanted to look the Farmer Maggot picture, so we have something to show, right? That is Unexpected Journey. I wanted to make sure I do the credit stuff correctly. Let me see if I can find it really quick. But it's a very interesting character in the book, and he knows Tom Bombadil, which makes it even more, makes it even bigger mystery. Yeah, the only picture I have of him is no, it's right. You remember this, where he goes through the fields in the films, and you see this. Is it a skies? Is that the scythe? However it's pronounced. In my mind it's pronounced skies, but it's probably wrong because English is sometimes unusual in terms of phonology. And I think that might also be wrong. I'm not sure if somebody has like more knowledge on that. If so, feel free to share it in chat. Let me see. I'm not 100% sure where I got this from, but I assume this here might be Farmer Maggot. That's the person that the Nazgul talks to, even though, yeah, the Nazgul actually talks to Farmer Maggot previously too in the books, but we also know that, for example, Gaffer Gamgee is also talks to the Nazgul. Quite interesting detail. So yeah, I hope that answers the question a bit from my perspective. Let me just see if I can catch up with chat a little bit. I really appreciate how these films transformed this into film magic, I would say. I just assumed that Bilbo used some of the troll money of when he traveled. Yeah, true. He definitely was Bilbo was definitely wealthy, and Frodo was his heir. So for sure, if he used maybe something on this, whatever that exactly means, difficult to say. We should not expect that in a world like this, money and currency are so standardized as it is today. Happy New Year, my friend. Thank you, NZ. Nice. Wish you also, or not Happy New Year, but in German we say Guten Rutsch ins neue Jahr. That's what I wish to you, which basically means slide well into the new year, if that makes any sense. But though you could be from no, you can't be from a country where it's already New Year. Well, I take that back. But also, I'm very happy that you enjoy the videos and the content, and especially my voice. I have to admit, I'm not always very confident in my own voice when it comes to speaking. For example, Nerd of the Rings, shoutouts to him, has a really fantastic voice for narrating stuff, I think, and it might be also part of the reason why he's so successful, but well deserved. And so on. But yeah, I'm happy that that my videos help you to keep your sanity. I know that these are difficult times, and sometimes you really need something to distract yourself or find something great. Really happy to hear. Much appreciated. All the best to you, my friend. Kimberly80, artist, is a great artist. Love this. Exactly. I can't agree more. So many fantastic artists that I have access to. I will try to get some more permissions for artworks in the future, but not today. Okay, some interesting questions. Scrolling through this. Hello, and thank you for this stream. Do you think the Amazon Middle-earth project will succeed or fail? That's shortly to answer. So first of all, no problem. Happy you enjoy the stream and people are here and having hopefully a good time. And I also have to check out how the word is pronounced. And as a result, I think it will fail or not? That's really hard to say, I think. I think it might have success because a majority of people, even I would assume, as the films did, there will be inconsistencies towards the writings of Tolkien. That is my expectations when I go. I would be surprised if it would be otherwise. There will definitely be contradictions to the films, and as a result, hardcore fans will not be pleased by this. But that was the case with the original, or with the Lord of the Rings films too, and the Hobbit films are criticized to this day for many changes they made and so on. So, but still, Lord of the Rings and The Hobbit were quite successful. So, one by one adaptation is not necessarily the key to success. It might be the key to the hearts of the hardcore fans, but not all people are hardcore fans. So, I would see it as a success if more people start reading the books, start saying, oh, that Tolkien wrote this, that is interesting, let's have a deeper look at it. Maybe they notice that things are different, but that is not a problem if there's a good reason behind it, why it's different. For example, the character of, we had the pronunciation question at the beginning, Aragorn, he's very different in the books. Like, he really wants to become king, while in the film, his motive is to struggle. He does not want to become king, and it changes over time. But in the books, his character development is already closed when we meet him. He needs to become king, and his fate is tied to Frodo's fate too, and as a result, he of course has to help him. But I also feel like he would have helped him anyway, because he's a good guy. But yeah, I think it might have success, but maybe it's not done well. Like, the problem is they don't have dialogue writing from Tolkien from the Second Age. There are a few, like, I don't know, really a few dialogues that we have, and the rest is just in a timetable and just tells, yeah, this year this happened, this year this happened. That's basically a lot of the stories. We have some essays from Unfinished Tales, but I don't know if they even have access to those. We have the Silmarillion with the Third Age and the Rings of Power, which also, even contradictory to the name, also includes some Second Age information. Very good source, by the way. And that's about it. There's not that much that we have. We have a bit in the Appendix A that also covers the Second Age, and some mentions and explanations of, for example, Strider in the chapter A Knife in the Dark and so on, where he also goes back to the past of Amon-Sul and so on. So, yeah, that's basically what we know about the Second Age, and they don't have many dialogues to draw from, so they have to be really spot on how to create and how to write those dialogues from that time. And Lord of the Rings and on our expectations already established how they talk. Like in Peter Jackson still managed to let the characters feel when they talk to each other, even though he often used original dialogue from the books. He and his writers managed to really create dialogues that felt fitting to Tolkien's, let's call it, archaic style of writing. Like, Tolkien is definitely was not born last century, he was born the century before that 1892, if I remember correctly, and that as a result has to be somehow reflected. I feel like that is a bit of Tolkien DNA, how everything is worded, how it's phrased, and how his love to language you find everywhere. I have a very... Today I did some research, like I said, for a law video I'm currently working on. It's not a law video, it's a video about pronunciation and a bit about language again, where I go through certain names that I find interesting and explain a bit about my reasoning behind my pronunciation for it and so on. And there was one about Beorn, which almost blew my mind, I have to say, but this is a really interesting name. And I won't spoil it here because I want people, of course, to see the video. But I can just say, maybe if you don't find it interesting, the video and a list of pronunciation and explanation and meanings at all, at least check the Beorn section of the video, which might be very fascinating in that regard. But yeah, I think they have to nail that for the show, because the Second Age is even earlier, even more archaic than the Third Age. At the same time, they also can't make it too archaic, because then they would lose the audience. That's also not that great. So as a result, it's a challenge for them to maybe make it like fitting the style we already expect from the books, from the other films, but also don't lose audience that don't know Tolkien. Like, they have to make a lot of things work at the same time, which is highly difficult. And when something is highly difficult, there's of course always the potential for failure. But we will see how it is when it comes out, I think. And that is, my opinion, the only way we can find out. It's hard to speculate. So I think I'm a bit optimistic, because we had very pessimistic years behind us. I just hope that the new show is great, brings a lot of people into the fandom of Tolkien and expands it a little bit, even though there will be, of course, inconsistencies in the show. And we will, here on this channel, try to analyze those and see what differences there might be and how well it will be. That's definitely a thing. If you haven't seen I made a video about, there was a leak about Galadriel and maybe being in a certain place. Won't spoil it here for people who don't want to know anything about the show yet. It's about Galadriel though, and it's a very minor detail that, in my opinion, contradicts the books already. And I tried to explain why I think that this is the case. And this is, at least standpoint, or from my present idea how I will cover the show, might be an idea how I will cover the show. Like, look into this, look into the show, look into what's in the books, see the quotes and compare them. That is I have a more analytical style to this when it comes to covering Tolkien. I think that's the best way. But it was a much longer answer than I expected this. Also, like, a lot of people here, Fifi Trixie is here, welcome. What are we talking about? About if the Lord of the Rings Amazon Prime related Amazon Prime show thing will be fail or maybe not. Spoil it. I don't. Well, it's not a spoiler. I have to say this: the Galadriel thing is a rumor. The source is relatively reliable, I would argue, but of course it's still a rumor. Still, I have to come back to Plixiplox, who joined the Lalilu Lelo. The idea behind this phrase is it's the philosopher is there's a video game called Metal Gear Solid, and my channel name, The Philosopher's Games, was originally mainly about video games, and now my video game section is on a second channel. However, the idea was to reference this game. There's like a secret organization, and certain people with nanomachines in them can't say the name correctly. So when they try to say the philosophers, they say the lalilulelo. Very hard to say. And that's how this thing comes to be. So welcome to the philosophers. And when you can say it, you also have the nanomachines. And I find it a very interesting idea in this thing, in this video game. So in case people wonder about the name and so on and the idea that's behind it. Some already noticed the difference, or the reference here, not the difference. There's some interesting questions I don't want to skip from earlier. Okay, there is a short to answer question from earlier. I said I want to stay a bit at the pulse of time. I really try that, but I just also don't want to miss some interesting questions, so I hope you can forgive me here. Let me just see if I can make this work screen-wise. I can. So, do orcs enslave the free peoples of Middle-earth or just kill them? Interesting question. Short answer, we know that in Mordor there were also slaves, men that were slaves to Mordor and were, I think, the Sea of Nurnen, is it called like that? I think it is. Let me just double check. Is it Norn or is he? I think it is. Yeah, it's Sea of Nurnen, and the region is called Norn. Interesting. Yeah, whatever the there we know they potentially do farming work and try to feed the orc armies with growing stuff there and so on. So it's a relatively important part. So that, yes, there are definitely it's very likely that the orcs also took slaves. There is mention of slavery in Lord of the Rings. Even slaves working for Sauron, and as a result also for the orcs, I guess. So interesting question. Is there a consensus on Tom Bombadil's purpose in the Fellowship? That is also a very interesting question. I remember that last stream, or live stream we had, we also talked about this question by John Meehan, and the question is, and I wouldn't say there is a consensus, but I would assume, like, we know that, and I think Tolkien also wrote about it in his letters, that he had the idea of Tom Bombadil is a very old one, and it's still tied to his imagination of mythology. And as a result, mythology, let me see if I have a nice picture of Tom Bombadil, I for sure have. And yeah, in mythology, Tom Bombadil makes like a ton of sense. It's Kimberly's interpretation of him. We also have a good one. I like that also a lot, by Ted Nasmith. And yeah, Tom Bombadil in the story is a very mythological figure. Maybe it's a weird comparison, but I can maybe also show this here again. Jenny Dolphin drew this as his Morgoth, but often we know that Sauron looks like this in the films and so on. But if we think of, for example, the necromancer in The Hobbit, we also don't learn much about that necromancer. He's mentioned in The Hobbit, but we don't learn much. And what Tolkien does with this is he basically mentions something, and that gives the impression that there is much more in the world, that the world is much bigger than maybe it was at this point already. And Tolkien is so detailed in many things. That's what makes Tolkien so fascinating. Same with The Lord of the Rings. There are some parts in the books where we don't know much about it. We know there are orcs, but how the orcs are structured and even the origin story was changed so many times. Complicated topic, we don't know. So there are mysteries in his world. At the same time, Tolkien explains many other things in a lot of detail, like the languages, how they are used and so on. And as a result, you believe him when something is a mystery, and Tolkien maybe has even no real idea, or maybe not even a good concept how to tie it into the world itself. You believe him that he does. For Tom Bombadil, this could be the case too, and it's just like often I read in the comments that like a modern editor would totally cut out the Tom Bombadil section out of the books or out of the Fellowship. So there's that, but I think the main is he has, of course, he's a little bit tied to the story in the case or in the form that the Barrow blades come to Merry and Pippin through Tom Bombadil, and later the Witch King is stabbed by one in his heel with one of the Barrow blades, and it's designed to fight the Nazgul too, I guess, and as a result, it's one of the few weapons in Middle Earth that definitely can hurt a Nazgul a lot, and as a result, it has a very plays an important part in the death and fall of the Witch King, and also the prophecy, which is also kind of fascinating. So yeah, I hope. Oh, I want to show you the other picture by Ted Nesmith, of course. I don't want to leave that out. It's a bit small, to be honest. I hope you can still see it. Here we see him a bit depicted quite well with the yellow boots and the blue jacket and the hat and so on. Pretty awesome. And we see Old Man Willow in the background, and in the scene where the Hobbit almost gets swallowed, the correct term for it. Let's say killed by the tree. Very cool, interesting scene, but very mythological. Like it seems to the Shire itself. We talked about this last time. Also feels a bit anachronistic to the world itself. Like they have, I don't know, a mail system, it seems, and there is like in some of the drawings we see a clock and what do you pronounce in English? Barometer in German, the thing which measures the air pressure and so on for potential weather predictions and so on. So if you compare this to, for example, Rohan, which seems much more medieval, the society in the Shire, even though it's more, what do you say, rural, so more on the farming side of things, maybe more outside on the countryside, it still feels technologically advanced a lot. Like it doesn't fit to almost the rest of Middle Earth in a way, and it's very special. And the old forest itself does it similar, but not in advancement, but it feels like just even more mythological place. And Tolkien tries to basically connect certain aspects of that, of mythology and his story and how the world is connected, maybe to make it a little bit bigger, but also to just try out how a very, in its core, mythological concept with Tom Bombadil, a personification of the English countryside where Tolkien grew up and lived and loved. He's like a manifestation of that. He represents that. Same with Goldberry. It probably represents more the rivers of that countryside and so on. Very interesting in that regard, but not really helpful for the story in a way. But still, I really like it because it just draws you into another world inside of the world, if that makes sense. It's a bit like the Matrix in the world. And it's hard to explain. Now, Matrix may be a bad example for this, but it's just a different reality inside reality, if that makes sense, and just gives the world something obscure, some enigma, and so on. Is it possible that I did not show you the other picture because I forgot to click on this button? Maybe. So here it is. Sorry for that. That was a very interesting question. Very interesting question. Okay, next question. There's another question right up there. I will scroll down the chat a little bit. Fly, you fools, you heard it 100 times. Really, do you think eagles could do it? Answer honestly. You mean destroy the ring, or what are you referencing to? Oh, we have some guests. Also, Gigi is here. Welcome. Nice to see you. Sorry for greeting you so late. Just very curious. Now I have to pick like a question. There are a lot of questions in chat. If you have a question which I skipped now over a bit, feel free to post it again or copy it and so on. Also, welcome to everyone who just joined over the course of me explaining stuff. Did Strider live in the Shire for a period of time? Not that I'm really aware of, maybe-ish. He definitely sent people there to protect the Shire, so he was around the Shire, maybe even inside the Shire. So yes, possible. But he was probably not living in a hobbit hole, if you mean it like that. So let me see what we can answer. Was Dior, Lucien and Beren's son a man or an elf? Is an elf... How is both his parents immortal? Let me see, I just put this up. It's an interesting question too. Also again, shoutouts to you. Thank you for your support. Much appreciated. Can I? No, that doesn't work here. Wait a moment, I just have to do formatting things so it fits on the screen again. Was Dior, Lucian's and Beren's son a man or an elf? That's a very difficult to answer question, to be honest. There are multiple problems with it. So he was half elven, in a way. However, I think I discussed this a little bit or mentioned it somewhere, or maybe in a note in the Elrond video part 1. So in a way he was an half-elf, but I think when he was an half-elf, the concept of half-elf did not fully exist, if that makes sense. So he's not described as one of the half-elves. If that makes sense. So in a way, what does this mean? Was he then an elf or not? I think that's very... You could make, I think, an own video just about this question, because it has a lot of uncertainties in them. I have even an image of Dior. Let me just see if I can find it really quick. It's by Jenny Dolphin. She also portrayed his family. Let me see. I'm not sure which of these images is the best one to use. Maybe that works. So that is Dior, his two sons. There is Elwing on the arm of her mother Nimloth, and the man in the middle sitting, that is Dior. And of course, we know that one of my favorite artworks, I have to admit, is of course the one of Kimberly 80. This is Luthien and Beren, and these are the parents of Dior. She is an elf, though her mother is a Maya, and Beren is of course a man. But Luthien is still considered elvish, not a Maiar in any shape or form. And yeah, Dior as a result is like basically both of it, and I would consider him half-elf, even though I think, if I remember this correctly, I have to admit, when I wrote about Dior in the first age, that was, I don't know, at the beginning of the year, at the beginning, like in May or something. So my research on this is a little bit far back in my mind, to be honest. I think in the Silmarillion, Dior is not named as half-elven. He's just named as Thingol's heir. And I think if you look through the whole Silmarillion, you will not find any mention of him being half-elven. The first who is mentioned as half-elven is Eärendil. That is the the future husband of this child on the arm of Elwing, of course, and their son is Elrond and Elros, who also are considered half-elven. But the concept is not really there. There's a reason for this, and it's really hard to explain a bit. So at the time of Dior, the half-elven ruling came with Eärendil. Eärendil, let me just show, we have all the pictures here available. It's also by Danny Dolphin, so people don't get confused with this. We definitely should show some cool pictures here. There he is. That is Eärendil. That is the future husband of the daughter Elwing, of the daughter of Dior, named Elwing. And this little bird he carries, that is Elwing in form of a bird. It's an interesting detail. However, he is on this ship with his wife Elwing. As a bird, she turns back into a half-elf, if you want. And then they go to the continent of Aman, that is here. Just think Numenor would not be there. It's a wrong map for this. Maybe I can switch it out real quick so people don't get triggered. That's better. And I also have this fantastic arrow here. So they sailed from the mouth of Sirion, which is... Oh, that's really hard to say. Where are the mouths of Sirion again? Somewhere down there, the coast, somewhere there are the mouths of Sirion, maybe further down the south. I'm not 100% sure. The map is also not accurate in any shape or form. And they sailed to somewhere here, to Aman. And there, they met the gods, and they asked them for help. And then the gods came, and the War of Wrath started. I don't have the artwork ready, but... yeah, there was then the War of Wrath. Let me just show this to you really quick. I sadly don't have a thing for the artist. He's a new one. His name is Ferhat Solhan. You maybe saw his artwork somewhere else before or in the last video. And then the War of Wrath started. However, back in Aman, they had now to decide if they want to be men or want to be elves. So Elwing, who also was half-elven because she had half-elven parents, if you want, even though they were not officially half-elven. And Eärendil had, his father was Tuor and his mother was Idril. And he also was half-elven. And they had to decide, what do you want to be? You have to decide if you want to be counted towards elves or towards men. And from them, I basically, all the other official half-elves, except there's one exception maybe, but this is a very complicated case. That's basically, the origin of all of them, and it's only in this line, and Tolkien even limited this to a few generations, if I remember correctly, with the half-elven. And as a result, if we now come back to the actual question, which is about Dior, that he was not in Aman, and he had not to decide if he wants to be man or elf. As a result, this Perezil, which is the Sindari name or half-elven construct, was not upon him. As a result, we don't really know what he actually was. On paper, of course, he was definitely a half-elf, but it's kind of difficult to explain. Thank you for the fantastic arrow. I use it in my videos a lot. It has it's one of the most trustworthy elements in my videos. It existed, I think, since the first lore video, or second lore video I did, 2017 or something, and definitely with this channel a long time. However, as said, this what it means to be half-elven was different for Dior, and he also died early, so there was not much reason for him to decide yet anyway. And as a result, was he now half-elven or not? Really hard to say. You can definitely make an argument against it, but you can also make arguments for that. And the problem is I mean, he's called Elrond half-elven, probably also one of the most prominent half-elves. Let me see, we also have an image of Elrond, of course, somewhere. Also, this thing was wrong, but I said I have to create it. I didn't update this stuff. I forgot about this. Let me just see. Elrond, that's the one I was looking for. There he is. We saw it also in the last videos about Elrond a lot. Kimberly 80 artwork again. He's probably the most well known, but it also, and his daughter also has to make this decision if she wants to be counted towards elves or men. She's also half-elven, even though his father is an half-elf who is considered or counted towards elves, and her mother is a full elf, which is the daughter of Galadriel. Her name is Celebrian. And as a result, I think there was a mention where Tolkien limits the generations or descendants to, I don't know the number anymore, was it 3 or something? And it basically ends with Arwen, her son. I think his name is Eldarion, if I remember correctly, the son of Aragorn and Arwen, is not considered half-elf anymore. A reason could also be, we have another interesting aspect here. If we go to Elros 3, that is the brother of our friend here. Let me just see if I can change the image to Elros. I don't have many of them. It's one of my favorite pictures of Jenny Dolphin. It's really awesome. It shows basically Elrond and Elros meeting each other. And the son of Elros, or I think the grandson of Elros, I should say. I'm not sure if he was still considered half-elven or not, or if his ancestors in Numenor were considered half-elven at all. I think there is somewhere a text that talks about those details, but I can't fully remember those, to be honest. But considering that Elros chose to be men and also married a woman of men, then one maybe could make the argument that he's not counted as half-elven. But I'm not 100% sure on this. I think there's the problem is also, let me see. Yeah, that is in other versions. In Nature of Middle-earth, there is like a text that suggests that he's still counted towards this. That's why it's confusing. I think in the past he was not counted towards the half-elven by the fans, understanding, because we were maybe missing this text. Let me see if I can find this really quick. Maybe I won't. if we are lucky. Being half-elven on both sides, descendants of Idril and Luthien should have a choice which kindred they would belong to, and should in each kind have a long and fair use. Should only slowly reach maturity, and that this should extend to the second generation, thus Elrond, Arwen, and Elros Vardamir. So for Arwen this choice existed, but for her son not anymore, according to this text, and I think it is from 1959, yes. But I'm not sure if there's updated information on this. I also think it's relatively unusual that he is considered also one of the half-elves. I always imagine it like this. If the immortality part is in the elven part, and as a result, when you basically, if you decide to be men and marry a woman of men or a man of men, whatever, and have children, your children are basically from men now. But if you have basically the elven strain, that was my interpretation of it in the past. If you have basically the elven strain in you, which are immortal. So if for example, if you are half-elven, like for example Elrond, and you marry an elf, it of course makes sense that their children are immortal too. But that is, and in this case, the half-elven fate, let's call it like this, is inherited by the child. It would be totally different though in the case of Elros and his wife and their son. As a result, one could argue that it should be different. And in the past, I think it was never really mentioned outside of this text from 1959, which was just published 2021 in September this year. I think this theory makes sense. Now I maybe have to think twice about it. But you see how difficult this topic is. It's definitely a very difficult topic, and I hope this somewhat answers the question about Dior. It might not, because it's a really difficult to answer question. If he is considered half-elven or not. Let me just go to the question if I let anything out here. Because we don't know what he is. He's maybe a true half-elven because he never had to decide in a way, but also the stuff was not imminent. The fate of half-elven was not among him, so we can't really say. But on paper, he's half-elven. That would be my answer to this very difficult. Milian's DNA put a lot of chaos into chromosomes. Yeah, that's probably sure. Isn't Mirkwood where the witch kind or necromancer went to? This is an interesting question, I would say. Let me just put it I wouldn't say easy to answer, but easier to answer than the Dior question for sure. Yes, that is, Mirkwood is where Sauron later hid. It was called, let me see if I have the Tolkien map. The stream might lag for a moment if I load it, because it's just massive. I hope my mod is not here, because I probably have not the correct map here. Let me think. It was in the Third Age, so I should use a Third Age map. That for sure. Now all I have to do is find the right map. Let me update the map really fast, because shoutouts to Kierdan, my mod. He made me some updated versions of the Amazon maps, but I'm just too stupid to there it is, to find it right now. First Age, Third Age. I think this must be the new map then that he made. I hope I copied it right. There's some changes, it seems. Okay, so here's the map. I hope it's the right one. It's a very big one, and this place here, where the arrow is now, is called, where the text says Rovanion, but it's called Greenwood the Great. That was the old name of this place. And when, I think, Third Age 1050, the Sauron went into hiding there, probably around down here, where this mountain is, which becomes Dol Guldur. He hid there, and then his presence. Maybe he did not initially go there. He might even just have hid somewhere in the southern part of the forest. I can't remember currently how it's worded in the text. However, he hid there, and his presence as entity of evil changed the forest and spawned evil creatures there, or draw evil creatures there, and it became, at least the southern part, a terrible place. And in such a way that it was then renamed to Mirkwood. There's some interesting linguistic detail about the name Mirkwood, which has to do with Old Norse, but I forgot about it. It is in the upcoming video, though, about Elrond in the Third Age. I know that I wrote something about this, but I've totally forgotten what the detail was. I think there is a reference to Northern mythology when it comes to the name Mirkwood, and how the name... There might be a reference in the name, but I can't tell you out of my head how this reference worked exactly. But still interesting detail. Look out for the next part of the Who is Elrond video, which should be. I should most likely discuss this at the beginning, so it should be the next video, I assume. But who knows how long it takes me to get to this point in the Third Age. There's a lot of stuff to uncover there. But yeah, it was renamed to Mirkwood at this time. It was named differently. Before, Greenwood the Great was the original name. I think there's also a Sindarin name. Let me see. I can find it out really quick. Oh, there it also mentions the Northern mythologies thing. Myrkviðr, I think it's pronounced, and it's one of the in the poems of the Edda, of the poetic Edda, that it's mentioned as a dark boundary forest and so on. So first we will, like I said, look into the video. Might be interesting. I'm not sure if there's a Sindarin name for. Yeah, there is Taur nu Fuin. That's the Sindarin name for it. And Greenwood the Great was called Erun Galen. Probably messed up the stress a bit here, but really interesting. It became Erun Lesgalen later in Sindarin. Interesting. Okay, too many language details, but yeah, that is basically what happened there. Hope that answers this question. Yeah, the Trixie Bell has an interesting comment towards the previous question about Dior and the half-elven. That is why I said it's maybe more complicated than this. I hope at least I said this at this with some exceptions or whatever. I'm not sure how I phrased it, but that's definitely a very good point. It is said that it has been only 3 unions of men and elves. What about the people of Dol Amros, especially Prince Imrahil's bloodline? Yeah, that is the other thing where in theory there are on paper half-elven. And that is why I also tried to explain this. Oh, I forgot to switch over. Where I tried to explain this again with Dior, who also was not under the fate, because Dior went not to Aman and did not hear this fate. This specific half-elven thing was a thing for Eärendil and his heirs. So this half-elven stuff happens. However, we know that in the history there were also, like as Fifi Trixibel said, in Dol Amros, there is Prince Imrahil, and we can read in The Lord of the Rings even, Legolas meets, I think Prince Imrahil it is, and he says that he recognizes that elven blood is in his line. And we can also learn later that there are some versions that explain this a bit further, that one of the ancestors of early... it's in the ancestor stuff is mentioned a tiny bit in the Dol Amroth section of the Who's Elrond in the Second Age video, in case you're interested in more information on this. But basically, it's also a Third Age story, to be honest. Somewhere in the Third Age, there is Amroth and his lover Nimrodel. Is it Nim? Oh no, I forgot the name. It starts with an M, I think. It's not Nimlos. Nimlos is the other. Probably Nimrodel is the right name. Oh, lucky me. Sometimes I just get confused with all the Nim names. However, they were both elves. In some versions, Amroth was the son of Galadriel, though it's never mentioned in Lord of the Rings. As a result, canon can be debated here. If he is, in other versions, he's the son of Amdir, another Sindar elf who ruled over Lothlorien, or whatever it was called at his time, and so on. However, they were in love, and Amroth waited for Nimrodel, and Nimrodel got lost somewhere in the forest, and she also had, like, what do you call it, a maiden, a servant, whatever, Mithrella, I think was her name, if I remember correctly, and she got lost. And in some versions, Mithrella was found by one of the ancestors of Prince Imrahil, and they married and had children. And as a result, out of this union, we could say, the first child must also be half-elven as a result. And so there is like a half-elven strain in this line, if you want. But as said, they never went to Aman, we never hear about them, or maybe they've never heard about the fate, what it means to be half-elven, and so on. Maybe it's just some kind of family mythology that happens there to make them maybe seem more special or important as they actually are, even though Legolas noticing them having an elven stain or having elven blood in his veins. Let me just see if I can find the quote, because I think it literally says veins. Of course, now I need to... Okay, there are only 8 veins mentioned in Lord of the Rings. Crystal vein, cursed vein, poison. Yeah, there it is. No, it's not, I think. That's the Siege of Gondor. That's wrong. Yeah, here it is, in the last debate. At length they came to Prince Imrahil, and Legolas looked at him and bowed low, for he saw that here indeed was one who had elven blood in his veins. So, yeah, it definitely explains it in Lord of the Rings, and when Legolas noticed this, it seems like a pretty good source to maybe have an idea why that might be the case. But he's of course not half-elven, and we now learn that half-elven being is also only limited to a few generations, so he's probably not part of the he's probably not part of this half-elven thing officially, even though on paper he is. It's basically the same answer as for Dior, if that makes sense. I also have I have no picture of Imrahil though, which is very unfortunate. So next question. I hope that answers this question. These questions are really tough. Okay, there's some interesting questions I see here. One I can maybe answer shortly, and that is also a very interesting question. Hardest question to answer. It is definitely a very fascinating question. I'm not sure if I can find... Oh, I just copied your name and not your question. I'm a fool. That's how it should work. Okay, it should be on the screen now. The hardest question ever. Did elves had pointing ears in Tolkien's mind? Oh, I forgot to copy the rest of the question. Sorry for that. That should work. It seems like yes. It really seems like yes. Some criticize that the films might have made pointy ears up, because Tolkien, I think in Lord of the Rings, never describes it. However, in a letter there's an information. Same interestingly with Hobbit. There are, I think, 2 mentions of this. I can't really remember where all they are. I know that one is in the letters. Let me see if I find it. No. I hope I find it really quick. Sometimes really difficult to find the quotes. So we have to bear with me for a moment. Doing this live is not that easy if we can just prepare this in a script. I have a bad feeling that it might be... Maybe I should have looked for ears, right? Maybe somebody knows out of his head which letter it is. That would also help. He explains something. Maybe it's also not in the letter where he explains the leaf stuff. There's like a reference that the ear is shaped like a leaf. Nope. Can't find it. Maybe I have to really look for ear. Okay, ear might be difficult to find. I'm not gonna lie. I think another thing I noticed, I know that I wrote an answer in the comment section at one point. Oh man, sorry for looking so deep into this. Okay. I found it, I think. That is my answer. I remember where I mentioned multiple quotes in the answer because it's... There's also an FAQ on Tolkien Society about the ears. But it's from letter 27. And I think it's about the hobbits. However, the Hobbit ears reference also the ears of elves, if I remember correctly. So let me quote from Letters of Tolkien, number 27. I picture a fairly human figure, not a kind of fairy rabbit as some of my British reviewers seem to fancy. Fattish in the stomach, shortish in the leg. A round, jovial, I hope I pronounce this correctly, face, ears only slightly pointed and... quote-unquote elvish. Hair short and curling brown. So that he describes. And this is a very important detail here in this letter. Ears only slightly pointed and elvish. This implies that elves also have pointy ears in this. I think there's even more to this. I'm not sure if I quote other stuff here. Maybe I just post you the FAQ. That would be smart. All I have to do is find chat again. Sorry for that. Blending out. That would be smart. So Tolkien Society, just as has. I hope the link still works. I definitely know that I got the quote also from out of that. But yeah, it's kind of interesting stuff. Do elves and hobbits have pointy ears? Yes, they do. Tolkien doesn't often dwell describing the minute physical details of his characters. So it is possible to the Lord of the Rings, to read the Lord of the Rings and other writings without noticing that either elves or hobbits have pointed ears. However, in a letter from 1938, that was what I just read, number 27, to his American publisher, Tolkien says hobbits have round, I just read this stuff, and elvish. From this, it's clear that elvish ears were more obviously pointed. This was confirmed when The Lost Road was published in 1987 in the etymologies under, that is what I remember now. The definition under las, so there is like, I remember it now. That's very, very good detail. Probably have to find my copy of the book though. Very difficult to do here live. Maybe I can read you the section too. It also mentions pointy ears because the it's like a word book. I'm not sure if I can find it though. Was it at the beginning? I think it was more at the end. Yeah, here it is. Okay. It's almost right. We need to find the L. Las. There it is. And it basically, this words with the element LAS in them often mean leaf or something. And this also, there's a theory that Tolkien basically made that leaf. So lasse means a leaf in Quenya, for example, and so on and so forth. And you see it in other, in many other fascinating words. Green leaf, and so on and so forth. And here it says the Quendian ears were more pointed and leaf-shaped than, and he couldn't read the rest, human, maybe? Then of humans, something like this. He couldn't read it. Sometimes Tolkien's writing was pretty hard to read, to decipher, whatever you call it. And yeah, he makes some other interesting stuff, comments like this. But this is a source for pointy ears, if that makes any sense. Sorry for being so silent for a moment, but I really had to search for the quote, and I just wanted to do this out. But I hope this answers the question. Silly, those are Vulcans. I don't get the context of that statement. Oh, that's also such an interesting question. Really hard to answer, though. Or let's say the answer might be longer, but we might try. As said, if you have a question, feel free to post it multiple times, because I want to stay a bit at the present of chat and not scroll back for half an hour. And then, because you see, sometimes it takes me a moment to answer a question. But really, really good stuff today, as always. Why did Gondor decline so swiftly after the last king died and the reign of the Stuarts began? That's an interesting question. I would say it was not a swift decline, but a slow decline. I think Gondor already declined before this. We discussed this, I think not last stream. I was a guest in Deep Geek stream. I think there I also just gave like a very long answer to this. I'm still sorry for talking so long sometimes. There was already a decline. It started at some point, well, not at some point, relatively close to the lifespan of the last king. There was another king. Let me just see if I can get the kings here right. So the last king was Eärnil. His father was Eärnur. Eärnil was his father. That's already my first mistake here. Eärnil II to be precise, and he became king, but he is not from the line of firstborn male kings of Gondor. There was another king called Ondoher. He was king, I would assume, before Eärnil was king. Pretty much, yes. And Ondoher was slain in battle. Same with his 2 sons, so his male heirs. He had, though, a daughter, and she survived. But in Gondor, the daughter can't become a ruling queen, as for example later in Numenor that was possible. We have what was her name? Ankalime, I think Tar Akalime, I think was the first. But it was not always like this in Numenor. And there was one, I forgot the name. What was the name of her for? Sometimes it's too many names, chat. Too many names. Silmaria, I think, was the name, right? It was like Silmarillion. Silmarion was her name. She could not become queen, so her brother became king, and the lords of Andunie became her ancestors became the lords of Andunie, and so on. Difficult topic, not for this question important in any way. However, on paper, though, to return to the actual question, Firiel married a man named Arvedui. Arvedui means last king. He was the last king of a leftover kingdom of Arnor. Arthedain it was called. And Arvedui married her, and they were married because to strengthen the relationship between what's left over of Arnor and Gondor, of course. And due to the war against Angmar, Arvedui was pressured, and his basically kingdom was destroyed by Angmar, and Gondor was too busy at this time, which is already a sign that Gondor was not strong enough to defend their borders by themselves and to help their northern sister kingdom, Arnor, at the same time. In the past, this would have maybe been possible at the absolute height of Gondor's strength, but that was not possible at this time because Gondor was already in decline. There was a lot of things going on there, and Arvedui from Arnor claimed kingship of Gondor and wrote a letter, and basically Gondor answered, no, we don't want you as king. And they chose another character who's also like a distant cousin of Ondoher, the firstborn king. So there was what was his name? Telumechtar Umbardakil, that's really hard to say. And he had 2 sons, and he's from the second-born son's line, while Ondoher is from the first-born son line. Complicated story, of course. However, in this complicated lines of king stuff, the Eärnil, the Ondoher was slain, his heirs was slain, and his line ended there. And Eärnil was fighting and defending Gondor's borders in the south against, for example, Hardad and Umbar and so on, somewhere in this region, and was successful there. And then he returned where Ondoher had fallen, and his sons were also attacked by the Easterlings at the same time. It was a coordinated attack. And they were, of course, pressuring Gondor and trying to invade it and conquer it. And he came back and destroyed those Easterlings. And as a result, he not only protected the south borders, he also defeated the invading army of the Easterlings and basically revenged the king and his heirs. And so there was also no one in Gondor left, so they said, yeah, he can become king because he's next in line if you want. However, the daughter of Ondoher, Firiel, also married to Arvedui, and Arvedui was also related to Elendil, who was once High King of Gondor and Arnor. Complicated story. Also had kind of a claim, and now they had to decide, which do we trust more? This weird Arvedui guy who just got beaten in the north and has no kingdom anymore and is called Last King, or this Eärnil guy who defended our borders on both sides and revenged the king. So that is pretty impressive, and they decided for Eärnil II. Now there is a bit of a spin-off to this story. So as we basically, to answer this question, Gondor was already weakened. And then there's another layer to this, that is the layer of prophecy. So there was a seer who could foretell the future to some degree, called Malbeth, and he basically, when Arvedui was born, because Last King is a strange name for a king, he gave a prophecy to him, and he said basically that the Dunedain had to decide basically which king they want to choose. There's one that looks very hopeful, and one that maybe looks not so hopeful, and if they decide for the Last King, for Arvedui, then he gets a new name, and a new golden age for the Dunedain will start. However, they decided not for him, but the others, and there the prophecy was more like, yeah, that will be a catastrophe. And it was, because then the Last King, the son of Eärnil II, Eärnor, was killed by, or was challenged by the Witch King, and due to his pride, he went to Minas Morgul with a few men and never returned. And he put the crown aside when he left for this duel. And he had no heir. So after that, Gondor was kingless, and as a result, I wouldn't say Gondor declined, but had no king and could never really recover. There were a lot of blows to Gondor. There were a lot of pressure from the south, from the Easterlings, and so on. They had inner conflicts. Where at some time Gondor also looked over Mordor. Maybe I can use something to show you again here on the map. There is Mordor. They had Gurthang, which is, I assume, on this mountain here, close to the Blackgate. Blackgate was also covered. On the Blackgate there were two towers, the Towers of the Teeth. And we had here's Minas Morgul, or Minas Ithil as it was called back in the day, and there is a Kiris Ungol, which was also built by Gondor. So multiple fortresses watching over Mordor and what the evil entities were doing there. And after a civil war in Gondor called the Kinstrife, which had to do with one of the kings marrying a daughter of the Norsemen over here, and the noblemen of Gondor feared that the longevity of the king and the line of the king was diminished by this marriage, because she was not a Dunedain, which had a longer lifespan, which in the end did not, of course, happen, but it caused an uproar in Gondor, and somebody used this opportunity to basically usurp the throne. He was called Castamir, and he was then. This basically created a civil war, and so on and so forth. And he was killed, and his heirs survived and fled to other places that are. No, not. I can't show it. I can show it on the map, right? Let me see. To Umbar, which is all the way down here. Yeah, and after that there was also a plague, potentially also tied to Sauron. There's some hints for that, and this weakened Gondor so much at this time that they were not able to really recover from that, and they could not. They had to neglect how they looked over Mordor at this time. And from this you can already see, okay, they don't oversee all this huge region anymore, and they lose cities, and the borders get smaller, and so on and so forth. So there was already a process in place over many centuries that was the decline of Gondor. And after that, I would say Eärnur dying and never returning and having no heir was then the then the ruling stewards, so the ancestors of Denethor II, took over, the ruling stewards of Gondor, and there was no king anymore. And Gondor didn't go under, it still existed and could hold its borders and so on, and some ruling stewards were also quite successful. But, of course, the Gondor could never improve or get to former glory. It was consistently only reacting to getting attacked and trying to keep their borders safe and so on. And they had trouble here and there, and they even lost their Osgiliath and so on, and it was destroyed and had to move over to Minas Tirith as their capital and so on. Osgiliath here is in the middle, and it's really hard to see on the map now. It's really difficult for me to make the map bigger, so I have to excuse this. Minas Tirith is here, and Minas Ithil, later known as Minas Morgul, is over there. So I hope this somewhat explains this very difficult question. But there are many factors and so on that went into this. Okay, next question. I'm the only one who doesn't hold Lady Galadriel in such high esteem. Always annoyed me how she answered back to Melian. I call it sassy Galadriel, but I don't know. I still like her. Sometimes you can be a bit sassy, but she also is a character who went through a ton of iterations and rewritings and and changes of her story and so on, and she got more and more powerful. But ultimately, I really like her. I also really like that she's kind of sassy in her youth. Like, if you read the Silmarillion, let me see if I can find it. Probably hard to find for me this fast. I don't remember the phrase. But not of me? Yeah. So, maybe we can read it really fast. Let me shorten. So basically, Melian talks to Galadriel and asks her about the kinslaying, basically, the first kinslaying. Maybe I can show you. I have an artwork of the first kinslaying, which we definitely should use here. So for people confused about what we are talking, I mean, it will be confusing either way. This is the first kinslaying in Aman. Aman, that is Alqualonde, is a place called that is round about here in Aman, and the Noldor then fled over to Middle Earth from this western continent and did not tell the relatives of the people who they killed in this kinslaying, in this case King Thingol of Doriath, what happened there. They did not tell, and Melian basically says, "A darkness you would cast over the long road from Tirion, but I see evil there, which Thingol should learn for his guidance." And Galadriel's answer to this is, "Maybe," said Galadriel, "but not of me." So she basically, yeah, he should totally learn about this, or potentially learn about this, but I won't tell him. Not from me, or not of me. And it feels a bit sassy, to be honest. But I really like this little passage. There was another question I found very interesting, or maybe a bit lighter to answer the question. Let me see. Question. Which character is your favorite and or whom do you relate to the most? Maybe you already answered this, but I just arrived. So welcome to this little stream here. Yeah, it's an interesting question. I would say favorite character. There are many which I really like. I really like Aragorn, for example. Of course, also like Frodo. I really like Bilbo. Bilbo is pretty cool. A character I can relate a bit to. It sounds really strange if I say this, but I made over almost 5 hours of video about him already. That is, of course, Elrond. As a character, like he's I also want to learn a lot about the lore, and he's also considered a lore master. So I can relate to this a bit. And you know that Rivendell is a place of study and where records of the history are stored and so on. And in a way, I kind of do this also here on YouTube in a way, just, of course, of a it's of course fiction, but still I try to present the lore, to explore it, to discuss the sources. That's also a bit how I somewhat imagine Elrond, and that's why I like him a lot. He's also a very tragic character. Yeah, and in a way also a very inspiring character, because also many bad things happen to Elrond in his life, and he never grows bitter in a way, and he always is welcoming, and Bilbo and the dwarves come to his place, and he gives them counsel, and they can stay there as long as they want, and he heals Frodo and so on. And it's really interesting. He has a lot of power in that regard, and Rivendell has a lot of power in that regard, because people go there to get counsel. And in my opinion, if you have to make decisions, especially if you're a king or have or general or whatever, or are a lord and have people below you that rely on you making good decisions, knowing that some of those people go to Rivendell to find answers and get counsel is, in my opinion, a very, very, it's a statement in of itself, if you want. That's that people trust in Elrond so much that they go there and ask him for counsel. That I find a very, very, very interesting detail. Like, Rivendell is like, no, I wouldn't say a point where all started, but many roads lead to Rivendell, if that makes sense. Like, a lot of story things are somehow connected to that place and start there and get information there. Of course, Rivendell is a very exposition-heavy chapter. The many meetings and the Council of Elrond at the beginning of The Ring Goes South. But yeah, pretty awesome. Maybe a bit a boring answer. I know some people, for example, like Feanor, he's a very interesting character. He gives so much spice into the stories of the First Age and his sons, even though he's maybe hard to like, but it's definitely a very important, interesting character. But I'm probably going more with the boring answer and say Elrond. Yeah, it's a very twisted, not twisted is the wrong word, but it's a character that has a lot of details to him and in what he does, and especially he makes the story more interesting. That's definitely a thing he does. Rivendell is like New York. And Lothlorien is like London. Could this be? I'm not too familiar with either New York nor London, so it's hard to say. But how I imagine both places, yeah, maybe. No way, Fingolfin is the greatest of all time. Yes, Fingolfin is also a very cool character. He's like a warrior, a hero. He's noble, maybe a bit crazy in a way when considering his end, but it makes totally sense for him, and he achieved a lot with it, also sacrificing himself. So he's maybe the more noble version of Feanor. Yeah, he was the half-brother of Feanor, of course. We also have like artwork of course, of Fingolfin. First of all, I have artwork of oh, there's something wrong here. My Choice, which is of course by Kimberly 80, not by Jenny Dolphin. But also Fingolfin. Yeah, Fingolfin is also pretty cool character. I like him a lot. That's Fingolfin. This is by Jenny Dolphin though. Pretty awesome artwork. Elrond is also my favorite. Marglord comes second. That's an interesting choice too, Marglord, because he's also a character that struggles a lot with his past decisions, and he's just so tied to this curse that, yeah, he can't escape from that. Makes it really tragic figure in a way, even though he also basically decided to become this tragic figure in a way. He, at the moment, he basically did things. There's this beautiful picture, but he survives in the end. It's really sad. You feel very bad for him in a way. But also, you know, he did terrible things. So, yeah, it's a very interesting character because you feel so in two ways about him. Some way you say he deserves what happened to him. On the other way, you think maybe also not. Like, I don't know what you would say. In German would say Spielball des Schicksals, a play ball of fate. I'm not sure if that's an idiom in English. But yeah, this is Mark-Lord. He was also known to play the harp. Very interesting. I really love the artwork of Ted Nasmith that exists. Now you see him throw the Silmarillion into the ocean. Pretty awesome. There's also an interesting question. Hope, in my mind, it's I would say no, but let me just post the question first. Okay, here it is. Oh, I forgot to copy the first letter. Sorry for that, but surely Gandalf could have resisted the One and used it to defeat Sauron, right? Without being corrupted by it. What do you think? I think probably not. Also, I need to do like this. Okay, now the S is there. Probably not. Gandalf is a character, as somebody also stated in chat. Somebody stated in chat that Gandalf is a character that fears the power of the One Ring. In this way, I would say, yeah, maybe Gandalf could, because I think fearing the power of the rings and so on definitely is something that is very important if you don't want to get corrupted by it. Having a certain degree of respect, and this fear also helps him for not really desiring it. So yeah, maybe you could make an argument that in theory he maybe could not have be corrupted by it, but on the other side, he's still on a similar level as Sauron, and as a result, maybe at some point he could have been corrupted by it too. And you have to consider that the original version of the Shouts to Kimberly 80, the original, not version of it, but there's a concept behind also the One Ring, which Tolkien always called the machine. And the machine is basically a somewhat philosophical idea of Tolkien that means a shortcut to power. You basically create something, and instead of growing into power, you just take a shortcut to it, but you don't have made the growth, the responsibility, the wisdom that also comes with when you have power. You should have a certain amount of wisdom, at least I guess according to Tolkien. And if that can't grow equally, then the power will potentially destroy you and corrupt you, and this is a very dangerous thing. And even for Gandalf, this might have been a way to very increase the amount of power, and as a result, also corrupt even a very wise character like Gandalf. And he would have used it as maybe for good things, and just in a terrible way. If that makes sense. So I think even he would have been corrupted. He never takes the ring, he does not trust the ring. But I think from all the other Istari, he probably is the one where it would have maybe taken a longer time to really corrupt him, or where it was difficult. In the books, it seems like Gandalf even touches the One Ring for a moment. I think we see it also in the film. I think he put it on the, what do you call it, mental case? Let me see if I find the film screenshot really quick. Probably I won't find it though. Let me think. I think I've seen it here somewhere, but I have to find it again. That's a very funny picture I always see. Yeah, you remember this scene here where he slightly touches it. In the books, you see, maybe this is not the hand of Gandalf though, but you remember there's a scene similar, looking similar to this, where he tries to touch it and he sees a red eye in the film. And yeah, it's also the right film credited. And I think in the book you can really read he takes the ring and puts it somewhere, and he really has it in his hands. It's not in the movies. He is even more careful than in the books when it comes to touching things. So an initial touch doesn't corrupt a wise Maya, who is, according I think to the Silmarillion, one of the wisest of the Maya, and or if not the wisest, and he's probably more difficult to corrupt for sure, but it's definitely nothing he wants to have in his possession consistently. So I guess time is definitely also a factor even here. So I hope this somewhat answers the question or gives you my thoughts on this, even though I think it's you definitely could make a case for it, if that makes sense. Oh, I think we had this question. I think you posted it earlier. Somebody posted it earlier, and I said you should clarify if you mean it like this. But now this phrase or this formulation, is it? I made a video about this. Maybe I should link it in chat. It would be smart. An older video. Do you honestly think deep in your heart, could eagles take Frodo with the ring or with ring directly to Mount Doom, the volcano? That is a very classic question that gets I assume gets asked a lot. Let me see. If I find the video here really fast, I can post it in chat. Some of the older videos. I also maybe need to return to this format where people can maybe ask questions in the comment section or whatever, or make a poll or something. Then I make a video about this. I just posted it wrong, but whatever. Yeah, one of these videos where I answer the lore questions. And Gandalf's ring was Narya. What did I say? Yes. Could the eagles take him to... The problem is there are multiple versions of... First of all, yeah, it seems like a very simple solution, but then you would have no story just from a meta perspective. On a lore perspective, the eagles in some versions were also considered Maiar. However, in later versions, Tolkien distanced himself from this idea. But they are still, nonetheless, even if they are not Maiar, they are so angels of lower rank, if that makes sense. Spirit beings that just took the shape of an eagle. Even if they are not that, they are still in the service of Manwë, which we also have an awesome artwork for, just thinking of it, which I should definitely share with you. You have seen it. If you've seen my videos, you've seen it many times. I really like using it. there he is. Manwe. This is basically the king of Arda. That is the elder king. That is the king of the Valar. So the angels of highest rank, and only Eru is basically above him. Also beautiful artwork by Kimberly80. Shoutouts to her again. And yeah, so as a result, they probably can't intervene as they want. And the eagles can also speak. We have a dialogue between Gwaihir and Gandalf. They also announce after Sauron is destroyed and so on. The tree is also the white tree is basically in the crypt of the kings of Gondor and so on. Then a new tree needs to be found and so on, and then I think I'm not sure if it's after they found the new sapling for the white tree or before that, but then they fly over Gondor and announce basically the new alliance between the powers and men and so on. So there's definitely some kind of higher purpose behind those eagles. They just can't, I think, do whatever they want. As a result, even if considering that they are a Maiar, they could also get corrupted by the ring. They are not just birds, they are intelligent beings, somewhat intelligent beings, able to communicate and have the gift of speech, so to say. And they could get corrupted by the ring too. So taking Frodo to Mount Doom is probably dangerous. On top of that, what also can happen is they get attacked. It's not like Sauron has no air units. Let's use this RTS term here. They could have attacked them. And in a fight, a small ring like that really wants to slip off your finger and return to its master, might have just fallen down and be gone again. So there was even some risk in that regard. And I guess the eagles could probably have been spotted easily too. So by Sauron, especially if the One Ring is near to it. So in theory, they could have probably brought them to Mount Doom, but it would not have been that secret. The genius plan behind the genius behind this plan is a bit that Sauron does not expect that someone would go to Mordor and throw the ring into the fire, because he always would expect that the ring would corrupt. But for whatever reason, Frodo is somehow able, and Sam are somehow able to do this, and it even surprises Sauron. I think the film portrays this quite well when they kind of notice, wait, is the One Ring just close to Mount Doom? What's going on there? And this is expression in the eye in one scene, kind of fascinating. And yeah, with the eagles, it would have been a lot more obvious what the plan is, I guess. So it probably would have not worked differently, and maybe the Nazgul would have attacked this, and maybe the ring would have fallen down and found by another weird creature and would have been lost, or maybe Sauron would have just catched it on the ground, or whatever. I don't know. It's difficult to say, but definitely there's also some risk if you think about that. The ring does not want to be destroyed, it wants to return to its master. It has a will of its own, as we discussed in the last video, and this makes it difficult, and there are very few. I mean, even if the eagles are Maiar, probably they could have not just also taken the ring themselves and throwing it into the fire. They probably were not able to do this because it's just a too powerful thing. So that is the question. What is this? What is going on in chat? That's also an interesting question. Why is the word devilry used so often in the book if the concept of the devil and hell is not included in the lore? Maybe just as a description, but you also have to really consider that Tolkien was a devoted Catholic, and there is definitely Catholic elements into Lord of the Rings. As a result, a word like this also appears, and also the also this, and it's an interesting point. But I hope that somewhat answers this question. Like, also a good point that it might not have always like a Christian part to it. That's a very complicated topic. We would have to need to do some stuff. So yeah, just meant evil thing. Potentially, we have to maybe look into the word devil. That's always my very interesting point. So the word, let me see. Yeah, as we see, the word devil is interestingly an Old English word, but it is derived from Latin diabolus, and ultimately from ancient Greek. It says here, the Old English word was probably adopted under influence of Latin. So it might be definitely a religious term. Interesting that Tolkien uses it in this case this often. But yeah, it's a very early term. But like I said, I'm not too familiar with the things. If it's a Latin term, then most likely it has to do with Christianity and getting into what it means. Probably there were other terms for evil creatures in that time, and just went into it over time. Kind of interesting. But like I said, I'm not too familiar with the exact origin of the word. Some Latin works, for example, the word human, Tolkien usually does not use. I think there's one use in Lord of the Rings or in Hobbit for the word human. And this is, in my opinion, quite interesting in that regard. Because it's a Latin word, and men in German, the word for human is Mensch, and as you can hear, Mensch and men, with an E, is very similar. So he went for the Germanic root in this particular case. That's why he never used the word human, or only like once or twice in his books. And it's a gift of men and men of the West and so on. However, he tries to avoid some Latin terms, but it seems like when it comes to devilry. Oh, there's even in the Silmarillion. But no wizardry nor spell, neither fang nor venom, nor devil's art nor beast's strength could overthrow Huan of Valinor. Also pretty fascinatingly phrased. But it's also not that it appears often. So far I find like 15 things. But it's an interesting question, but sadly I don't have a really satisfying answer for this. But it definitely appears, and it's maybe kind of interesting. So let me just see, what else do we have in chat? What's going on, chat? Thought there was a scarring. Well, we had that. yeah, the author is of course Catholic, and he also, I think, had didn't one of his foster fathers also there was like a religious connection. Didn't he live with a priest for some time or something like this? I forgot the exact details of the biography here, but it makes sense that some religious terms you find in Tolkien's language if you look at his biography. Oh, Smoky Mirrors. Hello, Philosoph and chat. Welcome, man. Nice to see you. It's Catholic. Something like this. Yeah, English sometimes... Like, these are words I really rarely say in my daily use of English. As a result, I'm a bit... I always go with how I think it's pronounced, and then it's totally wrong, as always. Like, sometimes I have no feeling. I really need to say and hear the words a few times to get it into my head. We have multiple examples. Like, I always want to say chemistry instead of chemistry, and I always want to say realm instead of realm, and so on. Happens from time to time. There was another word I often say wrong. I also often say off instead of of. So I think technically off is spelled with a V at the end. It's not spelled like this, but pronounced with a V at the end. But if you look at the international as the IPA, the International Phonetic Alphabet, and yeah, I often say it, I think, a little bit wrong, but can't change this. Yeah, exactly. Reverend says here, yeah, his parents died very early, and he was brought up by a priest. Exactly. That's also how I remember it. That he grew up there, and then some other. I like Realm best. Yeah. Like in my mind, it's not a diphthong for whatever reason. And sometimes I also like I know how it's pronounced in German, and sometimes the stress in German is different than in English. I also got like a hint how what was it? There was a word. A mariner, I think it's pronounced, and I just had to double check it. And I say of marina, I pronounce it because I don't know. It's kind of fascinating that it's difficult. Your English is so much better than our German, so it's okay. Thank you for that. Didi, no. Just no. So there's a difference there. Honestly, Tolkien is in your accent with the hard R's sounds really good. Yeah, like I said, the hard or the trilled R's are of course part of how Tolkien described the language, and I'm able to trill the R. I trill it relatively strong though, even though because in my native language we Oh yeah, that is exactly. A mariner is somebody who sails the sea, and a marina is a place to park your boat, something like that. Yeah, I exactly. Did you write the comment? I remember somebody also bringing this example. I forgot exactly. There was like another example for this. But sometimes English is difficult. I'm surprised that like it took me a lot of time to get the confidence to do like a live stream like this, where I sit here for by now 2 hours already and answer lore questions all the time and speak freely. It's very difficult to do this, and it's yeah, it's of course sometimes a problem. English definitely is, even though I would say it's relatively decent if you can sit here for 2 hours and answer lore questions, speak relatively freely. I stream Lord of the Rings online, and I can't roll my ass as well as you do. Never stop. Now I can't say it normally or anglicize the words anymore because I'm so used to at least most of the common words I'm very used to. It's the longest word in the English dictionary. I don't know how to pronounce the last part. Supercalifragilisticexpialidocious? Or something like this. I have no idea how the last part is pronounced. Well, maybe it's explodocious or something. I have no idea. Sometimes English is really confusing at times. German is much more consistent when it comes to pronunciation. Other things are not consistent at all in German. Oh no, I don't see it as criticizing me or anything. It's just I know that I like when people maybe don't correct every detail, but some stuff like this, it's good to know. Sometimes I simply don't know it better because those words I never say in real life. And that is how is the U pronounced? Expialidocious? I don't know. Whatever. that is too complicated. I need to hear how it's pronounced. LA dash. Okay. It's not a real word. Well, German there are some weird long words, and you can make long words very easy, so that happens often. But maybe we should return to a few more lore questions, then and maybe call it a day, because it's relatively late already here where I live, and I'm already talking for 2 hours and, I don't know, 18 or something, so relatively long. I can't make 5-hour-long streams all the time. There's a song about it. That's funny. There's also like one German word that was used, I think, in a lore text, just to have a new longest German word that's officially used somewhere. Yeah, huge compound words in Germany. Like, this is a relatively common word. I think I missed an F, though. There's one F too little. Schifffahrtsgesellschaft. Means cruising society. Probably the wrong word, but basically. Not a law question, but are you German, Swiss, or Austrian? I'm German. From North Rhine-Westphalia. So, Midwest Germany, basically. Do you think World War I or II were influences for Tolkien's novels? Yes, I definitely think there is some influence, because it just, I think a man is always like, or a human is always like, it's 3 Fs, yes, it's 3 Fs. I just missed one. Schifffahrtsgesellschaft. Yeah, a man is always like the sum of his experiences, and of course, if you experience something this drastic in your life, for sure. There's, for example, I made also a video about the, for example, dead marshes, and they are definitely inspired by World War I. Can maybe post the video in chat for people interested or haven't seen it yet. There explain there is there was like a battle, and in the craters, water filled. There were basically corpses inside this. These craters filled with water, and you could see them if you looked into this little pond. And this is how the dead marshes were also inspired. Quite drastic. Yeah, there's the Book of Lost Tales, and this is basically where it started with writing the mythology, and I think the books, The Hobbit and Lord of the Rings. Like, you have to think that the Silmarillion and the Book of Lost Tales stuff is much older than The Hobbit and the Lord of the Rings. So he worked longer on the Silmarillion than on the actual books. So, as a result, they might be less English mythology than the original Silmarillion stories he wrote. If that makes sense. There was also, let me just scroll up a bit. I think I found also some interesting questions that were buried somewhere. I don't know how you guys, but this Q&A answered my questions I had in my mind for 25 years. Well, I'm happy that I could answer some questions. Why use, must admit my own answer to the why use eagles as taxis debate is basically then we would have no story. Exactly. But this is the meta answer to this, that basically is on a writing level, but inside the Lord Tolkien also has some, if you find these explanations sufficient is another topic, but there are some lore explanations, I guess, too. On top of that, Tolkien also wrote in a letter that the device of the great eagles you have to use very carefully, because of how powerful they can be. Touched in the film. Was the ring? Yeah, also was a question of which ring Gandalf had. Narya, he got it from Círdan. That was already answered in chat, but I can answer it again. The ring of fire he had when he reached Middle Earth, according to the unfinished tale. It's also mentioned in the Lord of the Rings, though. So it's not only non-canon text. If you want, it's also canon that Círdan gave Gandalf his ring, which he got from Gil-galad, and he got it from Celebrimbor in the Second Age. See my video for exactly this, the last video, Elrond in the Second Age, where there are a lot of answers in this video if you want to know. But I don't talk about how Gandalf gets the ring, though, because that happens in the Third Age, around the year 1000. And yeah, we find a hint that Saruman was jealous that he did not get the ring, but Gandalf did. Mental peace. That's the word. Yeah. They're scrolling up. Some questions are probably lost here. Oh, that's also an interesting question. We might answer this. It's an interesting question from in the past. I forgot who posted it, so sorry for that. Try to split it a bit. Did Sauron have the one? Oh. Did Sauron have the One Ring on when he sunk with Numenor? If so, how did the ring get back to Mordor or wherever his spirit went to when the island sunk? So the short answer is yes, Sauron had the One Ring with him in Numenor and sunk with it. And then his body was destroyed, or he left his body, or however you want to imagine what exactly happened there. Basically, the island was sucked down into the ocean, and hills crumbled, and so on, and everything was destroyed in the process of falling down, I guess. And his body was also destroyed by this immense power that was there at work, power of Eru, of course. And though Sauron is not bound to his body, he is maybe he is a bit bound to his body, but in his nature, Maiar, like Sauron, like Sauron, Gandalf, Saruman, Radagast, the two blue wizards, Palando Alatar, or they also have the name Romestamo and Morinechtar. And there's also two new names that I don't know out of my head, though, in the Nature of Middle-earth for them. They have different names. Tolkien never wrote several versions of them. It's hard to pick a name or something for them. You can pick a name, but whatever. Those also the Balrogs, all are these angels of lower rank, and they are, let's say, their species is, I would say, is the Ainur, that are spirit beings. And as spirit beings, as the name suggests, don't need necessarily a body. They take one, which takes a bit of power and maybe also binds them a bit to this form. Like losing a body is definitely also a loss of power for them, or a very problematic process. It's not like they can just cast off their body or whatever and easy. Maybe they can reshape their body a little bit. Sauron did this, but according to the Nature of Middle-earth, even this, and we discussed this a bit in the Elrond, the Second Age video, is a process that definitely needs some commitment by Sauron himself. He can't just take a fair form that is so fair and works so well, and that it can even basically deceive elves who have seen the light of the two trees, and many elves and many wise elves. Nobody could see completely through his disguise, so it was a powerful disguise that he took there, and it seems like a commitment according to the Nature of Middle-earth texts we found, published this year. Year's not over already. However, still, they are spirit beings. They can lose the body, and their spirit can potentially even alter the physical world. This might be to some degree different for other spirits that cannot interact on the same level as a Maiar with the physical world itself. So the spirits are maybe more bound to the unseen, I guess. And however, for spirit beings, that is different. So it's not that hard to imagine that a spirit being is able to take a physical object like the One Ring with them, especially when the physical object mostly contains their own power and will that is inside this ring. It's basically a part of Sauron just as an object, and he could bring it with him. I could try to find the quote, but I think I also discussed this in the last video on this channel, but maybe I find it really quick. I'm not sure if it's Black Wind or Dark Wind. Okay, we find Dark Wind in the Silmarillion. I go with this. I think it's also mentioned in Lord of the Rings. So it basically says here, the world was broken, and the land was swallowed up, and the seas rose over it, and Sauron himself went down into the abyss. But his spirit arose and fled back on a dark wind to Middle-earth, seeking a home. There he found that the power of Gil-galad had grown great in the years of his absence, and so on and so forth. So we can read about he fled back on a dark wind, whatever that means. I just imagine that maybe his spirit formed like something dark and was like the wind, and that is how he went back. This does not mention the One Ring, though. But Tolkien discusses this in one of his letters, if I remember correctly. But I won't find this fast enough. I think it's Black Wind in Lord of the Rings. Or it's also Dark Wind, I can't remember. Maybe it's also not Lord of the Rings and it's Unfinished Tales, but I'm pretty sure it is. Forgot where the other mention is, to be honest. Maybe it's also Dark Wind. For a moment, the orcs. Shadow halted, the echoes died, suddenly flame. Dark Wind. No, that's not right. Let me see. Maybe Appendix A has it. It's Appendix A, right? But it was not so. Sauron was indeed caught in the wreck of Numenor, so that the bodily form in which he long had walked perished. But he fled back to Middle-earth, a spirit, hatred born upon a dark wind. He was unable to ever again to assume a form that seemed fair to men, but became black and hideous, and his power thereafter was through terror alone. It also does not mention this, but as said, in a letter, Tolkien confirms that he had the ring with him. I think there's also somewhere a mention of this in like a half sentence, which I won't find yet here in the stream really fast. But yeah, on this Dark Wind, he also took this ring with him. It somehow worked. I spent all my money on Christmas. Well, must have been really good Christmas at very good Christmas holidays this way. Okay, we have more questions here in chat. Let me check. That's a very difficult to answer question by Rafael Gustavo. Is Rivendell? Wait, I can put it in thing. We can shortly talk about this, but can already say I can't answer this question in a lot of detail. So, is Rivendell a dimension pocket where time and space are different from the other places of Middle-earth? Like Lorien, when the time flowed differently from other ambience. Potentially, yes. Maybe through the Rings of Power, which are there to preserve and so on. So there might be something to that, and it really feels like that the time in Lorien flows a bit differently. I think there's some hints for that too. Could be similar in Rivendell. But I would really need to look deeper into what is written in the in the books. I remember there is something like a mention about leaves and how they basically in the description of Rivendell that maybe can be interpreted as also time might flow there a bit differently. But I can't tell. I certainly can't give you a really, really good answer to this. But yes, maybe-ish time could at least feel that it flows differently there compared to other places in Middle-earth. And the rings of power might also have to do with this. Same with LotR. So maybe-ish. No super chats. No, I deactivated super chats for reasons, I think. But yeah, if people want, you can only subscribe to the channel. I don't know. I feel the concept of super chats are a bit. It's sometimes difficult to give you something that feels worth it. I know that people really want to support, for example, my channel. I appreciate this, of course, a lot. But spending a lot of money for like a message that you can post in chat and I will read anyway doesn't feel worth it for my side, kind of. I don't want to scam you people, if that makes sense. I wouldn't say that it's necessarily scam, and other channels might see this differently, but it from my perspective, and it's just my channel, which I have to decide what to do with it, it feels a bit sketchy, if that makes sense. That's why I deactivated super chats for the time being. My opinion on this might change in the future or whatever, because I know that other channels, and they are totally cool channels I'm cool with, that other channels do this, have super chats activated, and as a result, yeah, I don't know. It's not like I curse it or think, oh, that's the most terrible thing ever. I just not 100% comfortable yet with the idea of it. But you can, I don't know, subscribe to the channel if you really want. There's like a perk that I try to answer questions of subscribed people more frequent than of not subscribed. So if not many subscribed people ask questions, then this is probably not very useful. But you can basically subscribe to a channel membership here for, they're like 3 tiers or whatever. I think in the last tier you also get credited in the credits, which I hope I didn't screw up, because sometimes it's really a bit difficult to get track to who's subscribed when. But yeah, there's that. I hope that answers it. The second question though, could those cursed dead people, let me just see if I can mark this here, and let me just add the question here on screen really quick. Okay, you can read it. That's good. So Rob's Memory Lane asks, could those cursed dead people in the mountain defeat Sauron on their own? I would say no, they could not. In the films, if you look at the films, they definitely made the role of those in the films they are made more important than they are. No, that's wrong. They're also important in the books. Like their impact is definitely there, but they're more powerful in the films than they are in the books. In the books, they simply appear and go to the ships, to the corsairs and so on that come down the river from the south and so on, sailing up to Gondor, and basically bring reinforcements and so on. And they go to the ships and scare them. They really scare them, and the people on the ships just jump into the water. I think there's not even like fighting described or anything. And as a result, they of course have impact, and some people, while jumping in terror in the water while seeing these ghostly beings, the Oathbreakers, maybe drown there in the process, but to my knowledge they don't really fight there. Like in the films, it seems like they're actually doing the fighting and killing armies and orcs and elephants and so on. But I think in the books they're just there to spook the people, and it worked pretty well. Yeah, in the books they just up the numbers. I often fall asleep. I hear that a lot, though, in the comments that people do this. Don't forget to subscribe, though. And, or press the like button. Just very YouTube reflex. If people fall asleep, they can't like the video. That's, I think, a problem. But, yeah, just kidding. But, yeah, that's basically. And I assume they probably would not defeat Sauron. In a way, they did help defeat Sauron, but in a way, I think how you potentially mean it, if they would maybe fight Sauron and so on, what could they really do, and how would they interact with the with orcs and so on? In this case, it were men, and we also know that, for example, Sauron is a necromancer, and maybe I wouldn't say he can control those oath breakers, but definitely, I think they are not supposed to fight against Sauron. That's not their idea and their purpose. You have to do what think is right. It's your channel. Yeah, exactly. As I said, I might change this at some point. There's certain other aspects. For example, there's also, I don't know, let's say 5, 6, 7 years ago, YouTube also implemented for some channels that are very high, have very high subscriber counts. They implemented a tip jar, whatever. You could click on that and basically donate to the channel a certain amount of money if you want to support them. Now they also did, what is it called? Super thanks or something. They reintroduced this. I have this too. It's also deactivated for my channel. And yeah, I don't know. It's difficult. I personally really like the model that people just maybe either use YouTube Premium or just spend 30 seconds or a minute or whatever to watch like a little bit of ads at the beginning or at the end of the video, maybe mute the tab or whatever, and or in the middle in case of my longer videos too, because I have very little ads in my videos just at the beginning. If it's longer than, or if it's around 40 minutes, then one in the middle and one at the end, like an ad block. Sometimes 2 ads can appear in one block. I don't have influence on that. I can just say where ads appear and how often ad blocks appear in my videos, or ad rolls. And that's all the influence I have. And I like that because my content is not behind a paywall. People can watch it freely and so on. And there's basically a thing that can work if people are supportive with this. And if you have YouTube Premium, you don't see, or whatever it's called. Is it Premium? I think it is. It's, you don't see ads, but it's like you saw an ad and I get then a much better rate compared to ad money rates, if that makes any sense. So, but I know that ads are, of course, annoying. And YouTube, and some channels especially, it's not only YouTube, it's also some channels really, really overdo it a bit, like placing, I don't know, like in a 20-minute video, place an ad every 4 minutes or so. That's just a bit too much, in my opinion. That's not really necessary. But that's not the fault of YouTube. You can do this as a creator. So you have to maybe also complain there a bit. Although I have to, in some cases, like if you watch older videos, YouTube had a weird change at some point. And there YouTube did, in this change, that older videos by default have ads every 8 minutes or something along those lines. Like there's a button you can say place ads automatically, and I think at some time it placed it every 8 minutes. Maybe it got worse recently, I don't know. But that was the case in the past. So some of my older videos also had this. I had to go through all my old videos and basically change this back to how I want it to be to get rid of this. I don't know why this was. It was like the ad system changed and they had this weird default, probably also with making some money in mind. But yeah, there's that. But that's a lot of YouTube meta and YouTube channel talk here. I'm not sure if that's too interesting for you people. I just, really appreciate that people do this. And as I said, if people really want to support me further, you can, of course, get like a channel membership. Maybe I, at some point, activate super thanks or something. I'm not sure yet. But at least for the channel membership, I can at least say, okay, I can at least credit you in the credits at a certain tier. I can prioritize your questions in chat when we do live streams like this here. and I know what other things I have. I think one credit for live streams, credit for YouTube videos at the end, and stuff like this. You get some emotes for chat if you like. Let me see. I don't have many great emoticons. One is a bit. I have this fancy wizard here. I like him a lot. And we have, of course, a cheesy corn. I like that a lot. It has to do with my gaming channel because I often cheese stuff. So that is, or try to cheese stuff. It's kind of funny. Start a Patreon. Yeah, I often get asked if I would do this too. Maybe in the future. But I've not planned it yet. I would really like to go down the route. Keep it easy and simple. Maybe just try to use the ad stuff. Who was Tom Bombadil? That's a difficult question. We talked about him at the beginning of the stream. But I also made a video about that is also called Who's Tom Bombadil. I can post it in chat in case you are interested. But that is a very long answer. But the short answer would be he is the manifestation of the old English. I can maybe read it from the letter. If I find it fast enough. But let me just post the video. I think I also mentioned the quote there. I'm not sure if I do. Still, I forgot. Let me see. So Tolkien asks his publisher, that was at this time, it was 1937, Stanley Unwin, in this letter, it's letter 19. Do you think Tom Bombadil, the spirit of the vanishing Oxford and Berkshire countryside, could be made into the hero of a story? Question mark. So what he says is, do you think Tom Bombadil could be made into the hero of a story? And then he explains, Tom Bombadil, the spirit of the vanishing Oxford and Berkshire countryside. That is basically what Tolkien thinks Tom Bombadil is, to say it short. Tom Bombadil is, weren't you listening? There was another question I found interesting. It's nice to talk lore with my people. Yeah, it's pretty nice. I really also enjoy some interaction. Oh, you have YouTube Premium. Much appreciated. I think it's a bit expensive. There's also YouTube Premium Lite, which is cheaper and you don't get the music stuff. Not sure if it's worth it. Probably worth it if you don't want to spend a lot of time on ads and want to watch a lot of YouTube. Then it might make sense. So what are those ages before the first age begin? Oh, it's a difficult question. I like it. So what are those ages before the first age begins? So the first age already, it doesn't consist out of multiple ages, but multiple 2 episodes, you could say, the first age consists. Can I show you this on screen? That might be difficult, but we could try. No, I think I can. Yes, I can try, but it is definitely difficult to show it to you on screen. But maybe if you have seen the last video, and I sadly didn't get that much feedback on the new feature. I call it the timeline. I implemented. It's nothing great, so don't worry. Let me just see if I find one that I can show here on screen. Let's take the 1080p one. Oh no, I did a very terrible mistake here. Whatever. The timeline. I hope you can see it. Oh, I did a very stupid mistake here. Timeline. I have to fix it really quick because I replaced the arrow with the thing here, which is of course insanely stupid. And now I have to make it work. Sorry, I just need a moment to just bring everything back to where it was. Because I need the arrow. it's wrong. Oh, that works too. Yeah, maybe we take this image here. Just a matter of hours. Bear with me for time being. Okay, so okay, I have I have a lot of trouble doing my stuff here in the background. Let me see. That is the arrow. I have to lock all this stuff and I have to take this image. Let me take a higher resolution version of it. I hope it works. Yeah, that works. Okay, this is much bigger. I have a 4K version and 4K resolution for this. It's now destroyed my fancy Arda map, but we worked something out. Okay, so you see, maybe you can read it. So first age starts here. Let me try to explain this with this graphic. It's easier with this way. So it says first age in brackets or whatever you call it, elves. And so there's a version where the first age starts with the creation of the trees. That would be here. But Tolkien changed this and made a revision of this text, and there it starts here. It's published, both texts are published in either Morgoth's Ring or War of the Jewels, one of the History of Middle-earth books. So the common conception is that it starts here. Even though it's complicated, let's not... If you just read the Silmarillion, it's never defined when the first age actually starts. The first age basically... Yeah, it's also mentioned the first time. Sometimes it's also called the Elder Days. It's basically used synonymously. And when it's first mentioned, also the creation of the two trees is mentioned, but not directly in the same sentence. But if you read it, I wouldn't be surprised if some people would come up with the idea that the first age actually started with the creation of the two trees. Even though most first age dates are here, much later. Here you see sun and moon. So this is when sun and moon are created. However, and most of the stuff in the Silmarillion is from exactly this time here when sun and moon are created. However, according to this other source, the first age starts here with the awakening of the elves, though at this time, and this is also a complicated topic, which I can't dive too deep into right now, at this time also sun and moon did not exist yet. Sun and moon were created here at this time. This says wipe.s. basically means, or stop, means ys means years of the sun. YT means years of the trees. So let's consider the first age starts here with the awakening of the elves. This period from the creation of sun and moon and the creation of these two trees of Valinor, which I can also show you the trees. We have a beautiful artwork by Benef. Just takes a moment to bring this up. You have seen it in my videos a couple of times. These are the two trees, and they were the light source of the world, and it's dark outside of them because sun and moon did not exist yet. Though it's a complicated topic, as I said. It's a very mythological view of how the world was, and Tolkien worked on a round world version where sun and moon always existed and so on. But let's not dive into this whole, I know about this, but let's just take it easy like this. So what this basically means is that this passage here between First Age elves and years and of the trees, the two trees were created. This is basically an age or a time past not prior to the first age. I also hope I read the question correctly. It was not before the first age begins, it says, right? Yes, before the first age. Yeah, so there's this. What also must be considered that this time scale here is completely wrong. This the reason why I make it wrong is because if I want to show you when a date is, most of the time scale would be years of the lamps and years of the trees, because according to versions they are much longer. The sun and moon did not exist early in this time here. As a result, a year is longer than in a solar year. These are the so-called Valian years, and the Valian year, there are several versions. In one version, one Valian year is 10 solar years. In one version, it's 9.852 solar years, and in one very late version, it's 144 solar years, which just blows up this previous timeline by a factor 144 in comparison to other things. So it's in some versions, it's just, I don't know, 15,000 years, and then in this 144 version, it's suddenly several 100,000 years. So as a result, the distances here in these things should be much bigger. It's definitely completely wrong. It's just easier to visualize this way. And yeah, so there we have, as mentioned, the years of the years of the trees, and still parts of these years of the trees are part of the first age, but not all of them. There was a time before the elves awoke that is not part of the first age, at least to this revised version we have and to the implications Tolkien makes at several points. So this is most likely. However, the length of the first age is also in some versions. For example, here we have a second age. This is also the War of Wrath, where the first age ends. But in some versions, the first age ends with the creation of sun and moon, so here. But let's say in the most agree-on versions that we have, it starts with the awakening of the elves and ends with the War of Wrath, just to complete this. And before the years of the trees, now to come further to this question, so before those things are here, these trees here that light the world, there was a even earlier version of the world itself that is called the Spring of Arda. In the internet, often it's called Years of the Lamps. Years of the Lamps is not a Tolkien term, though. Tolkien never calls it like this. In the Silmarillion, it's called Spring of Arda. However, Years of the Trees is a Tolkien term, and Years of the Lamps describes pretty much what those years are. There are two gigantic towers in the south and in the north with a lamp on them, and this lights. This basically lights the world. Let me see if I found a great. Ted Nesmith has luckily a fantastic artwork of this. And yeah, so this is a huge tower, and this is one of the very early versions that are still not that marred compared to the later version of the world that is very marred by Morgoth. Morgoth destroyed these two towers later, but yeah, there were these towers, and this time is called Spring of Arda. On the internet, you often also find Years of the Lamps, but technically that is not the correct Tolkien internal term for it, but I like the term too, so I use it from time to time. And yeah, this tower is Iluin, and the other is Ormal, I think it's the other name. Two towers, I don't have a picture of both of them, but yeah, it's very early, it was destroyed, then the shape of the world changed, and different continents were created through the crashes of the towers and so on, and giant seas were potentially also created through them, and so on. And yeah, also, this is a very good point. We have the Amazon screenshot, right? That also shows the 2 trees there in the background. The arrow is wrong though, but yeah. And these are basically the ages before. But don't expect that we have too many information on these ages in any shape or form, because we simply don't have that many information about how the world, what exactly happened there. We have some very minor mythological details, if you want, about this. But yeah, it's interesting. Also, yeah, the awakening of the dwarves happened before the awakening of the elves, but they were not. The elves are the firstborn, so they should awake first. And as a result, let me see. Too many scenes here. Yeah, this happened before the elves awake somewhere, and then the dwarves were adopted basically by Eru and had to put to sleep, and they awoke after the elves awoke. Also quite complicated. But I hope that this somewhat explains the original question of, so what are those ages before the first age begins? But as you see, it's even complicated to find what is the first age. When does it start? So most people agree it starts with the awakening of the elves. And yeah, then we have like a part of the years of the trees and a part of the years of the lamps. How long those times are is in solar years is difficult to say, because there exist 3 versions of this, and converting it is a nightmare as a result. Also, using, like, you can say, I don't know, the Nazgul appeared second age 2251. You can say this and everyone knows what it means. If I say first age, I don't know, 300, nobody knows what it means. Except I define it as, I only mean the first age of the years of the sun, then everyone knows what I mean. Dates are complicated in this early times. Too complicated, because usually you use dates to make communication with time easier, not more complicated. Oh, that is a good question to a follow-up to this. So I was asking because Melkor was supposedly imprisoned for 3 ages, what always confused me. That's my question comes from. So this even adds more to it. So what he Spielkalb von Sparta refers to is that in the Silmarillion there is a mention of 3 ages. What does this mean? And the problem is, it was never really that well explained. However, with the release of the new book, Nature of Middle-earth, there is a definition for what this means for an age at this time. So what it basically means is roughly 3,000 Valiant years. Does this make sense? No. 300? Yeah, 300 Valiant years. I think 100 Valiant years is an age or something like this. Let me see if I can find it. I can read it to you. What on earth am I doing there? No, 144 Valiant years is 1 Valiant age. It says here, from a text from 1959. It's in The Nature of Middle-earth. It's called Time and Its Perception. And there's stuff like this. And this is what it basically supposed to mean. We don't know. It was theorized that it means something like this in the past, but also some thought, okay, maybe this time span when, as you just said, Melkor was imprisoned by the Valar in the halls of Mandos. Let me see, I also have an artwork of the halls of Mandos by Peter Macri. There's not really a great deal of description for it, but at least we have something to show here, and it's pretty cool artwork. Yeah, it was Melkor, so the master of Sauron, also called Morgoth, was imprisoned there for 3 ages, and it basically means, in the past we thought it would be like 3,000 years, I think, so, but now it would be much, much longer. So 144 square is 20,736 years times 3. That is 62,208 years according to this version. If we take 144 years times 9.582, it would only be 1,379 years times 3, so only 4,139 years, basically. But yeah, it's complicated, and it makes things difficult. It's a very interesting question, though, I have to admit, and thank you for asking. It just is a lot about numbers, and it's really confusing because the Silmarillion does not explain this at all and was open for interpretation. I also, like you, always thought, okay, maybe there were also ages in these long times during the years of the trees and so on, but it seems like that was not the case. It was just different. It was just, an Valiant age, which is like a certain defined time span. Like a super year, if you want. Your voice sounds funny and cute. Thank you. It might sound worse now because I'm talking for 3 hours straight. But I hope, that... A quote from Frank Zappa: "Time is a construction, music is the best." Thanks for answer. No problem, man. I hope that it's really confusing, and yeah. It really is. I don't want he was watching the chat. Yeah, sometimes when I start talking and I constantly look at production here, and then I don't see what's going on in chat. Nope, it's live, dude. Yeah. It's live. It's a recording. No, I can read chat. I see Bruno Lemos asking, it's a recording. No, it's definitely live. I have a question for you. Now I'm curious. There are multiple other questions. What do you think of those Tolkien scholars either quitting or being fired from the Amazon show? I don't have many information about what is going on there in the Amazon show and Tolkien scholars, to be honest. I only know that Tom Shippey was at some point, and either there were some conflicts or either he was simply done with the consulting and then he left or whatever. I don't know. Don't ask me. I have no clue what is going on there. I'm kidding, man. I feel awful. No problem. No problem. And sometimes it's really difficult to if somebody makes a joke, like sometimes it's really difficult to differentiate. Is it a joke? Is it maybe he really thinks it was just another video or recording or something? Really, really hard to say. But no, we are. Don't feel awful or think too much about it. Will there be ever a comprehensive video about the history of the dwarves? Yes, I plan to do a history of the dwarves video, but as you might imagine, it could probably be very long, and I had my fair share of long videos just recently. I've just watched the movies and haven't digged as deep as you guys. Hey, no problem. Everyone is welcome here. But of course, as in every franchise, there is just a very, very huge span of passion for this. Some people, as you say, just dived very deep into the lore and what Tolkien wrote and analyze sources and different versions of it, and Tolkien is a lot of different versions and discussing sources. And some just enjoy the movies, and I also really like the Lord of the Rings films. One of my favorite films of all time, and pretty awesome, and that's totally fine. And if you want to learn more about it, there's definitely a ton to learn more about it. But you can also just enjoy the movies and be a fan of those, and that's still pretty awesome. I think in deep in our heart we all like the same thing, and that's a pretty cool thing. Also, there was like somebody said, I have a question. I noticed this. In The Hobbit, Gandalf talks to Bilbo Baggins about a relative that invented golf. Well, whom was this person? Their full name and exactly what exactly did Gandalf say to Bilbo? That is the story of Bull-Roarer Took, if I'm not completely mistaken. One of his ancestors, as you say, the ancestors of Bilbo. And he was in a battle. Do we have a picture of Bull-Roarer Took? That's a good question. But there's not much. It's kind of a funny story in a way. There's I wouldn't say too much known. It's even funny that the orc chieftain or orc king that attacked the Shire. So there are orcs attacking the Shire, and the hobbits have to fight. And he kills the orc king. I think his name is Golfimbul. So the name Golf is already in his head, which is a very, I guess, a funny pun how the name came to be inside the Hobbit world. And so on. And let me see if Bull-Roarer Took. I think, isn't there a picture of him in one of the films? I might have a screenshot of that. Yeah, there is one. I'm not sure in which movie it is. If it's it could be from the Hobbit film or from the first film. I think it's from the Hobbit though, so maybe I should put the correct source here on this from the first Hobbit film, I assume. Yeah, I think it's the first Hobbit film. So that is Bull-Roarer Took, and he slew the Goblin King Golfimbul, and his head flew into a hole, and that is how golf was invented. I think that is how Gandalf tells the story. Let me see if I can somewhat quote it correctly. Let me see. Yeah, there came interesting detail that we also find here. Let me see if I can move the map around a little bit. They came from Mount Gram. So the Shire is somewhere around here. And often people assume that this here is Mount Gram, but if you do a considerable amount of research, you find out that the exact location of Mount Gram is not known. As a result, we don't know exactly where it is, but I think it's a common theory that it's somewhere here. It could also be maybe here. But it must be east of the Shire. Somewhere. Maybe it's even somewhere in between. Who knows? But this makes most sense, and Hobbit and chronology and details from the Hobbit that are extraordinary like these are really, really difficult. And yeah, realize that it was only a poetical exaggeration applied to Hobbit, even if all Took's was so huge for Hobbit that he could ride a horse. So that is also a detail. He charged the ranks of the goblins of Mount Gram in the Battle of the Greenfields. The Greenfields are, I think, around the Shire. And knocked their king, Golfimbul's head off head clean off with a wooden club. It sailed 100 yards through the air and went down a rabbit hole. And this way, the battle was won and the game of golf was invented at the same moment. So it's a little funny story that Tolkien adds here that is almost a bit silly, but it's pretty. That's pretty much the story of. Let me see if I can get the Bull Roarer took. There's also a complete name of Mr. Bull Roarer. I think it's just his. I mean, I never can memorize it. Bandobras, the Bull Roarer took is his name. And yeah, it is kind of a funny story how golf was invented. That's basically all this. I hope that answers the initial question. But yeah, he is, as a result, a very famous hobbit in the realm of hobbits. And he was also son of the Thine at this time. Did he become Thine himself? I'm not sure if that was the case. But yeah, he also has many descendants and so on. There is some family tree theories, I think, and of course he's somehow related with Bilbo. But it's a kind of cute and interesting story. Hello everyone. Hello Dark Lord. Nice to see you. How do you think hobbits had such appetites? I think it's just part of their of the identity that they love good food. And Tolkien writes in a letter that he himself sees himself as a hobbit. Pretty interesting. I think I read this somewhere in the past streams somewhere. Pretty interesting detail. A lot of questions here. Favorite Lord of the Rings merch that you own? I think I don't own that much merchandise of Lord of the Rings. I have like a cup though, which I really like, and it seems to be black, and the ring inscription in Tengwar is on the cup, and if you put in hot water in it, the cup how do you say it? The black vanishes, and you see the map of Middle-earth in it. That's a pretty awesome one, which I like a lot, because every time you fill tea into the cup, it changes, and it's kind of a fascinating little process. I like that cup a lot. But also one of the few things I have Lord of the Rings related, to be honest. I'm not huge into collecting merchandise stuff, but I have all the books and so on. That's also pretty helpful to have. In most of them in digital form, and all of them except for very rare stuff in physical form too. Like, I don't have a physical copy of The Road Goes Ever On because, I don't know, a good version in English in a good state, I think it's not printed anymore, it's like $250 or something. It's kind of expensive. And I rarely need it, even though it's interesting. Do you know that Gandalf is only 5'6"? No, I did not know that. Is there a mention of his height? Interesting. Maybe Hobbit portions look quite small too. That's an interesting idea to answer this question. Why did Christopher Tolkien did not like the movie adaptation? That's also an interesting question. It's hard to answer because I am not Christopher Tolkien, obviously, and can't speak really for him. I can just interpret what he just try to anticipate why he would not like them. I think Christopher Tolkien was very much involved into the process of creating or seeing how his father created his works. He has like a very intense, or had a very intense connection to the work, and he also worked on it as his editor on the Silmarillion, for example, and he created the Silmarillion, and then he published like a lot of books about it, like the history of Middle Earth books, and the unfinished tales, and the letters, and whatnot. It's just an absurdly amount of work. Goes through every note, or almost every note his father ever wrote, and just bring them into some kind of order, and bring them into a state where you can publish them and discuss them and connect them. That is a very impressive work that he did throughout his life, and as a result, he has one of, beyond his father, probably the deepest understanding of all these works. And he also knew it was his father, he knew him well, and so on. And his father wrote The Hobbit with his children in mind, and so on. So there's it's in his letters, John Ronald Reuel Tolkien describes that also Christopher Tolkien, or his son Christopher, was always interested in his works and always wanted to read them. So there's just a very deep connection. And if you just see the films, and the films, if you are so deep into this, are very basic in a way. They just portray a story, and they also make a modern Hollywood film out of it if you want. But there's just so much more to Lord of the Rings than just the story, and just so many deep thoughts and philosophy and ideas of Tolkien, and linguistic details and so on, that for him it must have been really hard to see in the film, or to see the film with different eyes. He saw the film with different eyes than we did. And even though, for example, I saw the films first in 2001 and then started reading the books, so the films made me a huge Tolkien fan, and had a huge, especially through that, a huge impact on me, and maybe many other people too. As a result, this can be seen quite differently, but I can kind of understand him here, because it's a lot of violence, and you see a lot of orcs dying, and their head flies away, and funny little tidbits where Gimli and Legolas joke around, and so on. I can definitely see why this might be a problem, if that makes sense. Oh. So yeah, that is, I hope that answers this question a bit. Is Lord of the Rings more enjoyable to read for you in English or in German? Do the translations match details and descriptive originals? That's an interesting question too. Let me put it up here. I originally read the Lord of the Rings also in German. There are two German main translations. Maybe there's more, but I only know two. That is one of Margaret Carew, and one of forgot his first name, but Krege is his last name. And usually I would assume that the Krege translation is not that popular, to be honest, but of course it works. And the original translation, the older translation by Carew, by Miss Carew, is also, she had like a bit of contact, I think, through letters with Tolkien himself, and he looked into it, and he also really wanted a good German translation. So he had, at least in some details, like, maybe it's a bit too much to say he had an eye on it, but you know what I mean. He was concerned that it is there, and he maybe criticized a few things she sent there, and he asked for changes and so on, but still encouraged her for her work, because it's really difficult to translate a work that is so deeply rooted in language as Tolkien's Lord of the Rings into German, even though English and German are related languages, or strongly related languages. And yeah, so I think the translation definitely works out, and in some cases is very interesting, to see. For example, I think I mentioned it in the Who's Elrond in the second age video at the end. I said that in the German version it's translated with I think it's thrown down, and I think that's translated with überwältigt. And I know what überwältigt means and can mean. My imagination of what exactly a native speaker would understand under the description he was thrown down when he was defeated might vary, and I could at least argue what Tolkien might have intended, considering that this seems to be a good translation. Some translation Tolkien was not happy with. I think the Swedish and the Dutch translation of Lord of the Rings is definitely an example where Tolkien was not so happy about it, and there's some details. Still, I guess people from there still love their translation, because they grew up with them and have special and fond memories to them. That's always a thing to consider. However, I switched at some point to read only in English, because even though the German translation is not bad, it still can't capture every detail that the English original version is transferring to the reader, that you can pick out of it. And so I haven't read the German version in many, many years, I have to admit. So there is definitely there's definitely a problem, not a problem, but definitely also for my channel. I do a lot of reading for my channel. As a result, it helps me a lot doing the reading in English, and most, especially the other books. Some books don't, to my knowledge, not all History of Middle-earth books have a German translation, even though some have. And as a result, for example, Nature of Middle-earth also has a German translation. I think at least it has. I think it was announced. Or maybe, I'm not sure if it's out yet, but I think there could be one. And yeah, as a result, it exists, but for me currently it doesn't play too much, and I enjoy reading it in English. Though I have to say, when I first read Tolkien, it definitely pushed my limits to the English language a lot, because Tolkien has just such a vast repertoire of words, if you want to say it like this. Like, he uses many fancy and sometimes even archaic words I've never heard of, so I have to often look in a dictionary, what does this exactly mean? Of course, I can get the context of the sentence even if I don't know a word or two, but sometimes you really want to know, what is he exactly saying here? And then you, of course, have to look up the words. No, I'm Dutch. Like I said, it's probably, I might be wrong here. I think it was the Swedish or the Dutch or both, something like this. But yeah, something along those lines. Except the Gondorian characters have Liverpool accents. That's funny. Oh, only he did a live stream while he I think read The Hobbit, if I'm not mistaken, Andy Serkis. And I listened a bit to this, so I haven't checked the whole Hobbit reading of Andy Serkis, but yeah, I looked into it, and of course it's interesting to see how an audiobook is read live, then with some mistakes. Sometimes he redid a section or so, rarely though, and then it's edited, I think, at the end a bit for the thing. But I only know the live recording, and it's really awesome to see him just give the characters, especially Gollum and so on, his voice. It's pretty awesome. Have you started listening? Oh, we had this question last time to Led Zeppelin. No, I have not. I have not looked further into this over Christmas, I have to admit. I was just too busy doing others. I also maybe have forgotten a bit about it, but I maybe have to ask me next stream again, or maybe the stream after that, because I'm pretty busy currently. So I probably, busy means not that I don't want to do this or push this away, but just I probably will forget again. Hobbit audiobook is amazing. Yeah, I think it is. He also read All Rings, I think, so there's a lot of stuff. he really act out all of the different characters. Yeah. He's a fantastic actor, but of course his role is. I was the one who asked it. Oh, okay. It was in Robert's stream, right? In Deep Geek stream. That's pretty awesome. So welcome that you found to my channel, that you found your way here. I hope you are not too disappointed in that, but I really didn't know that Led Zeppelin texts definitely reference Lord of the Rings stuff a lot. But I also don't know many Led Zeppelin songs. Of course, Stairway to Heaven, I guess. Is there a reference? That's also a weird thing when it comes to music and listening. For me, I'm not really a text listener. I'm more focused on the melody and music and so on, less on what is actually said. I really have to focus to process this, and I don't process the other. But usually I. Oh, you have following my channel before, Robert. Oh, that's interesting. Then thank you for following too, and being on there. It was pretty awesome. Few hours we had there. I think we also talked like 3 hours on Robert's channel. It was pretty awesome. Well, I don't know the exact story why it's called Led Zeppelin. I have not my Led Zeppelin knowledge is not really there, and not comparable to my lore knowledge when it comes to Tolkien. Oh, thank you, much appreciated. Happy that you are so long there. Your channel is the first Lord of the Rings channel I began following. I like yours, Robert's, and Nerd of the Rings. Yeah, all very good channels. Oh, that is, yeah. Like, the name is already, Led Zeppelin is like a really cool name already, but they would succeed in America like a Led Zeppelin. Okay. I see. It's a pretty cool name, though. Terra Incognita, I saw you on that stream. Oh, awesome. It's nice to see some people found their way back, or maybe were following both channels already and so on. I have not seen the biography. What is the adjective? The biography movie. I have not seen it yet. I always wanted, but forgot that it was there. It's a bit strange but I kind of forgot about that film at some point, and then didn't went after it. It came out before the pandemic, so it's a few years ago, right? But the time just flies by so much. Misty Mountain Hop. Okay, that's interesting. We might have to look into that Zeppelin stuff. Let me just check something really quick. So there's an interesting question. I can't. Again, this sounds like it's a potentially question a bit out of my knowledge realm, but I think you asked it a moment ago. Could you talk about the relation between astral projection and time travel in Tolkien's first writings of the Fall of Numenor? That is such a specific question that I have to say no. That is, I would have to do some research on this before I could really go into like a deeper talk to this sorry for not being just a bit too specific without preparation. I think I really would have to look into this. Like, I know that there's some I'm not even sure how much time travel there really is. And also I know though that Tolkien had some ideas with time here and there, but out of my head I would probably not go too deep into that, especially early versions of the Numenor stuff. It needs Did Tolkien ever meet his grandparents? I don't know. About 2 years ago, okay. Should make a video comparing his historical authenticity. Yeah, that would be interesting to do for a topic, but it's very research heavy, because I know a bit of Tolkien's biography, but I wouldn't call myself an expert on Tolkien's biography, so I would have to look deeper into this first before I can really judge. But yeah, I noticed that it had mixed reviews too. Why Galadriel turn into dark? Really, you mean in the Hobbit film, she just changes a bit into this dark thing, or even in the Lord of the Rings films, this kind of happens too. I guess in the Lord of the Rings it was just to dramatize it, the scene a little bit, that what she could become if she would take the One Ring, and how her perception would change. And in the Hobbit, I think this happened there, because as said earlier in the stream, the One Ring is like a shortcut to power, which of course for sure will corrupt an elf, and especially if the elf is already powerful, and then it gets a shortcut to power and becomes more powerful. And there, even if the goals of Galadriel might be better than that of Sauron, in the end it doesn't matter, because the shortcut to power twists her intentions, or what she plans to do basically, into something evil, and as a result things become dark, and this is reflected by this portrayal, I think. But beyond this, I don't have a really good answer for this. That's also an interesting question. Sadly, it does not. It's too long to fit here, so I have to add this thing here. Did Gandalf figure Frodo could not destroy the ring when the time came? Yeah, probably he knew that it was not possible. He says something very interestingly at the beginning. Let me see if I can find it. Behind that there was something else at work, beyond any design of the Ringmaker. I can put it no plainer than by saying that Bilbo was meant to find the ring, and not by its maker. In which case, also you were meant to have it, and that may be an encouraging thought. Quote from Lord of the Rings, chapter The Shadow of the Past. My version is page 56, in case people are interested. And that is, in a way, this power that takes over here is of course Eru, and as a result he references here already Eru, and he was sent there by the powers which are basically fulfilling the will of Eru, and Gandalf himself was considered very wise. As a result, he probably knew that a simple mortal could not do the impossible and destroy the One Ring. That was impossible. He had to basically trust on this feeling that he describes there, that a power takes over, and he also would trust that this power would take over and destroy the ring in the end, which was exactly what was happening there. Frodo brought the ring as far as possible, but in the end, it was a higher power that destroyed, in this case, Eru most likely, that destroyed the One Ring. And so I would definitely say, that potentially how to phrase it. That's simply what happened there, and destroy the ring there and end the story. But because he mentions it, he's in a way almost foreshadowing that the higher power has to take over. That I assume he knew that Frodo would not be able to destroy the One Ring alone, but he knew that there is a power that can, and he trusts in this power, and he's even sent by it. He said he's a servant of the secret fire. The secret fire is the power of Eru to create life, for example. Didn't the Red Book also make a video about this passage from Moria recently? I haven't seen the video, but I know Red Book, so he's also a YouTube creator that is very thorough in his approach, and I think probably an interesting video. It was also like interesting thing that I never thought the actress for Galadriel was cast correctly. I don't know. I think Cate Blanchett worked quite well, but I don't know. That's very subjective, I guess. But interesting. I think most people really like how Galadriel was cast. Okay. That's a question I really have to think about it for a moment. So if I remember correctly, so there's a question by Rafael Gustavo. I hope I can maybe somewhat answer it, because you ask a lot of tough questions that are really a bit out of my typical knowledge zone that I can just use here in the stream. Is just Arda with stars, our solar system, or all the universe with galaxies, alien planets, etc.? I think that is very tough to say. As far as I understand it is everything outside the timeless halls of Eru. So that would include the complete universe, and not only the solar system or stars and so on, or only Arda, but I think it's basically everything that is not outside of it. I assume the timeless halls might be outside of air, but even there I'm not 100% sure, because there again I would need to read the passages and see what it exactly says. But out of my head, that is how I would answer this question. Maybe in chat somebody knows this a little bit better. Let me see. It's definitely at the beginning of the Silmarillion. We know, of course, that. But it's also difficult to therefore I say let these things be. And it's basically everything that the music, I think, created, and then he said let things be, and then they were sent forth into the void with a flame imperishable, that's a secret fire. And all shall the heart of the world shall be, and those made a new thing, air, the world. In the Silmarillion it's called the world, but I would even understand that it's just more than the world itself. Let me see. And in ages uncounted and forgotten until in the deeps of time and in the midst of all vast halls of air. Here air has vast halls, so this sounds more like a universe. There came to be that the place and that place where was made the habitation of the children of Ilúvatar. That is Arda then, and yeah, so it's definitely more than just Arda for sure. But I understand it as the universe, but like a vast halls and spaces and so on and so forth. But basically everything that the music of the Ainur visualizes, if that makes sense. I don't know if the Silmarillion was parallel to Genesis. Yeah, probably. Definitely. Make a flat plane to roll on. Yeah, it's a mythological world too. That is true. I think you can't compare air to modern astrophysics. Yeah, for sure, but at least in the ways of definition, is this more than air? Yes. Is everything that came outside of this music, then this must be air too. So you can definitely argue with this. And of course, there's a transition of the mythological world into the real world. If we look at the nature of Middle Earth stuff and so on, so in our world, and it's basically a mythological early version of our world, if that makes sense. But it's also a complicated topic. Also, there was like Galadriel stuff asked somewhere. Maybe let me just see. But yeah, it's a complicated topic. She's very unpopular. I really like the voice of Cate Blanchett. She has a really good voice. Also, in my opinion, a part that is very important for if you play Galadriel, that your voice can also hold up. Don't mess with the Lady of Lothian. Yeah, exactly. She was buffed a lot to the one of the most powerful elves besides Fëanor. Did I mean you wait. Oh yeah, you spelled it right. Did Arnor help in the War of the Ring? Well, in a way, yes, but of course of Arnor not much is left. But technically the king or lord of Arnor is Aragorn, and he's the last heir, and he of course helped in the war. And they also helped defend the Shire and made it maybe easier for Frodo in a way to be safe. Else maybe they would have invaded the Shire earlier and so on. And yeah, they definitely helped in the War of the Ring, but not directly with like a military force or anything. I'm not sure though. Aren't there also some Dunedain of as part of the Grey Company from Aragorn? So in a way, maybe they also participated in some way. Definitely possible. Yeah. Was a company of 13 Northern Dunedain and so on. Yeah, always remember it wrong. But whatever. Just remove what I just said. But yeah, of course, the Grey Company is part. But it's not like there are thousands of them. Just like a relatively small company. But yeah, they helped in the war. Yeah, Arnor was, that's also an important point that I should maybe add. Arnor was long gone at that time. Yeah, there was some left. There was not enough left to form Arnor anew, but so that is why the son of, talked about Arvedui, his son was Aranas or something like this. Arvedui, what was his son called? Yeah, Aranas. His son became the first chieftain of the Dunedain because there was no realm left to be king over, in a way, and that is why he became just a chieftain and potentially still Isildur's heir, because Isildur took over the Norse kingdom, and to his brother's son he gave Gondor. I always forget how the son is called. Anarion's son is called... It's Mineldil. Okay, I would have thought it is Mineldil too, but I remember it isn't. Mineldil is also... there's also a Tar Mineldil, I think. No, it's... Oh, that's when you have too many names and in your mind... in your mind... they all mix up, and you can't suddenly, especially if it's late. It's a problem. What was the other? Mineldur is the other name, not Mineldil. Yeah, Tar Mineldur is the name of the Númenórean king, and Mineldil is the son of Anarion. Now I got it right, but I will forget it again in the future. But as I said, it's really late. I have a good excuse for that. I play Rise to War, where you can play as Arnor, so I'm interested in their story. Yeah, so if you're interested in that, I can definitely... I don't know, I have multiple videos on that tackle this a little bit. I think I have a series where it goes through the books, it compares them a bit with what we see in the films, or it goes through the films and compare them to the books. However, there's a lot of book focus, and in episode 17 or 15, 16, 17, I think I talk a lot about Arnor and their story. Also, if you... my video about Elrond and the Second Age. At the end of it, we also talk about the foundation of Arnor and so on. And the rest of the story of Arnor will be covered in the Third Age part. That comes next year, so relatively soon. I just read Beren and Luthien standalone, so as a series or something. What's your favorite Lord of the Rings game? I think War on the North is pretty good. I also like Shadow of Mordor and Shadow of War, though Shadow of War can get a bit boring after a time, especially if you play them back to back. I think Shadow of Mordor was a bit tighter when it comes to how it played, so I like that too. I'm not into MMORPGs, else I would probably say Lord of the Rings Online, which is probably also very interesting for a lot of people. And of course, Battle for Middle-earth is also a fantastic RTS game, but yeah, I think it's pretty good games. So Shadow of Mordor, I have a video on Shadow of War. The lore is a bit, let's say, yeah, they take a lot of liberties. That's how I could phrase it. Yeah, we have to see. Boycotting Amazon's VoD version. No, I'm interested what it will be, how woke it will be. I don't really care too much about this. I'm more interested in how faithful will the adaptation be, and see if it's good or bad. If it's bad, I will criticize it. If it's good, I will say it's good. We will see how it is. I will most likely focus a bit on comparing to what the series shows and what is in the books. And then I like the books. We talk a lot about the books here, so the book's pretty important for us on this channel and the viewers, I guess. And that's what people would expect from me. And I'm a content creator. I'm probably the wrong person to ask that, because, yeah, for sure I will watch it because it allows me to make content and maybe even, I don't know, interact with those people new to the franchise, and new to franchise, wrong word, but new to the universe of Tolkien, and maybe bring them to read the books or whatever. That would be pretty awesome. The films also were criticized and did some stuff that was pretty common back in the day in Hollywood, and is still common in Hollywood these days, like that a certain amount of humor in your mainstream movies is always the case, even though, of course, there's also some humor in Lord of the Rings and Hobbit, but not to that extent. Some characters were too much forced into comic relief direction that you can also criticize, but it's just how films are done these days. And yeah, I don't know. We will see. I definitely will see what the series has to offer, but I'm not going, like, if it's completely a waste of time, then maybe I stop covering it. I'm not sure, but it has to be pretty bad to do this. Grandkids are here for the night. Got to go. Sorry, enjoyed my time here. Made me to get the books out. Nature of Middle-earth was very helpful tonight. Yeah, that was for sure. Maybe if I would have known, I could have also set you the page numbers or something. But yeah, thank you for supporting me always, Gigi. Much appreciated. Much fun with your grandkids. And see you in the comment section or on the next stream or so. What is the Morgos element? So that is another interesting question. I also talk about this a little bit in the Elrond and the Second Age video I just recently uploaded, the last video on the channel. And basically, for people wondering what this means, there is a book called Morgos Ring, and in it, Christopher Tolkien published some of his father's essays and writings, and one of it talks about something his father called the Morgos element. And basically, what it does is, so Morgos or Melkor is the master of Sauron, for people who are not familiar with this, and he was the original evil. He's basically the devil, if you want. And he tried to sabotage, if that's the right word, the world as it's originally planned. He brought dissonance into the music, and as a result, the world also has some. Wasn't Morgos the Maya of Melkor? No, Morgos is Melkor. After Melkor destroyed the trees with Ungoliant, Shelob's mother. After he stole the Silmarillion with Shelob's mother Ungoliant, it was also pretty much along at the same time. The destruction of the trees too happened in this process too. Feanor called him Morgos. Yeah, and then this became basically his new name, and Melkor was what he was called before. And when he was still one of the Valar, and he was kicked out of the group of Valar anyway. So there's that. However, what he did is he destroyed the world. For example, we talked about the lamps. Oh, I have it still here. When we talked about the earlier ages, originally there were two lamps, and these were the light sources of the world, and he destroyed them, and this brought chaos on the world and split the continent into multiple continents, and so on and so forth. And he also infused the world with his evil power, with his dissonance, he was like a rebel. A very nihilistic rebel. He wanted really to destroy the creation, and if he could not create his own creation from ground up to his imagination, then there should be no creation, and so on and so forth. And he basically into the world itself, that is not oceans, he infused his evil, dark, corrupting power into the world itself. And this process of destroying these two towers, destroying the two trees, infusing the world with his evil power, made the world marred, as it's called. And then Arda is the world itself, marred. And that's a term Tolkien uses a lot, Christopher Tolkien. And this marred version of the world now has this evil power infused into its core element, and it can't be separated from it anymore. And in this matter of the world, this evil power, for example, that gold or etc. can lead to greed and so on, and people kill each other for getting gold and so on. All this is basically based on this evil power of Morgoth, and this is what Tolkien calls the Morgoth element inside the world. And everyone who makes, for example, dark sorcery and spells and so on, has to basically call this dark power inside the world itself. Only the oceans are clean from, or relatively clean from it, because there he could not infuse. That's also why some evil entities have a fear of water, because there the evil power of this original evil is not that strong or not present anymore, or was not never present at all. If that makes sense. That's a lamp, exactly. Did I say just tower? Yeah, it's a lamp. Yeah, he brought his ego and greed and so on, his evil into the world. Did the Silmaril empower Morgoth? Maybe. I think maybe they weakened him because he couldn't touch him. The Silmaril were hollowed by Varda, or Elbereth Githoniel as she's called in Sindarin, and it burned his hands too, so he couldn't wear them, so he had to put them into his iron crown. So we don't have to touch them. I'm not sure if it's empowered though. Maybe, I don't know. So there was an interesting question earlier. I also forgot to bring the question up here. But I hope that somewhat answers the question. There was at least one I know a little bit more about. There was the question. Let me just bring it up on screen really quick, just for completeness sake. So what is the Morgoth element that we just answered? I know it's a bit not centered. We come to another question. I'm happy that we got so much singing and music in the movies. It could have been more in the extended version though, yeah. Even though they still added some stuff, which I much appreciated. Was surprised that they put in so much at all. The other question, let me see. Something like this. There's an interesting question earlier. Sauron is a Maya, Balrogs Mayas as well. So whence come the difference between them? I guess being like they're all Ainur, that's a species basically, and Maiar is just like a group among them, considering how powerful and important they are for the world. The Valar are in contrast, the powers of the world, the high angels, and the Maiar serve them basically. So always when Sauron served, for example, Aule and later Melkor, and he was his Maiar. Same with the Balrogs that also were Maiar. Gandalf served multiple, for example, Manwë later, but also Nienna and so on. And Radagast, I think, served Yavanna, but didn't he in one version also was with Esther or something? I'm not sure. Yeah, and so on. Melian, who did she serve? That's a good question. I forgot. Was it also? Too stupid to spell Melian. Let me just check. Really interesting question. Oh, she was affiliation to Ivana and Este. Interesting. I wasn't sure if she also was like associated with Yavanna or something. Interesting. Yeah, but they always have one, and this differentiates them. And the Balrogs just became the super powerful soldiers of Sauron, of Morgoth, and Sauron became his sorcerer. But they still are Maiar even as Balrogs, so still part of this group who serve a Valar or a higher power. If that makes sense. Who is more powerful, Smaug or Ungoliant? Phew. I don't know, to be honest. I would argue Ungoliant is more powerful, because Ungoliant basically managed to really threaten even Melkor, and that is a feat that is very powerful, I think. So yeah, I would say definitely Ungoliant. Yeah, Ungoliant is basically the Tom Bombadil of darkness. That's a really good way to phrase it. I actually think the best way to place Bombadil in the universe too. It's a positive infusion of Iru's song, like Ungoliant's a negative. Yeah, exactly. Like Ungoliant is like a manifestation of darkness in a way, like a black hole or something. And Tom Bombadil is like a nature spirit that is in the world to represent like the vanishing countryside. We discussed this earlier already. Yeah, Ungoliant terrorized Melkor, exactly. What was the prophecy of the Norse about? Yeah, we talked about this already earlier. It was basically that Arvedui should become king of the Dunedain and united. And if this would have happened, that would have been a golden age for the Dunedain. But they decided for another king in Gondor, and as a result, that had some success at the beginning, but ended in a very tough position afterwards and basically doomed. And Gondor had no king for I don't know how long, like a few thousand, not a few thousand, but when did Earnur die? I think round about Third Age 1000. So about 1000 years they had no king, if that makes sense. Let's see, Earnur, when did he die? Yeah, 2050 he died, and Lord of the Rings plays 3018. What would Ungoliant do against an aerial assault of fire? So that's of course a difference. I'm not sure if the question who's more powerful you asked, not the answer to this might be different when they would fight, I guess. But in a way, at some point, Smaug has to land, and she would just consume maybe the fire and wouldn't care. I mean, she would have consumed the Silmarilli too if Melkor would have given them to her. And yeah, like I said, she's just a black hole. What does a black hole to fire? It just consumes it. And what she could do, like, she could go into his cave and surround him with webs and just eat him. That is what Ungoliant would do. She would literally just eat Smaug for breakfast. Like, it's an insanely powerful entity, and it took the shape of a spider. While Smaug is also bound to his body, Ungoliant took the shape of a spider. She's not a spider. She just took the shape of it. She can maybe take other shapes too. We don't know, but yeah, she would just consume everything. Very frightening. It's described that she might consume herself. Yeah, wreathing unlight around herself. Another thing. He could burn the webs. They're not classical webs, that are webs of darkness, but of course you could argue that fire casts light and light destroys darkness too, but yeah, I don't know. Yeah, and exactly. Ungoliant left only Melkor alone because the Balrogs came, and Balrogs are very powerful. And not one came, multiple came to the aid of their master. And with their fiery whips, they pushed Ungoliant away and destroyed the webs. So destroying the webs is possible. That's a very good point. And but they didn't kill her or anything. She just went away, and they said, "Okay, she's gone. Lucky me." And just let Ungoliant be Ungoliant and not try to fight her or anything. I think it would not be smart to mess around with that entity, old powerful entity of darkness of old. And she became much bigger when she consumed the 2 trees of Valinor too. But yeah, it's always difficult to remake this. But I think I would consider her to be very powerful, more powerful than Smaug, I guess. But I hope that answers the question. Another question. So, also I have to slowly wrap up things because we're at 4 hours and that's far too long. I expected to stream a bit shorter today, and it's really late in the night already, but maybe this is the last question for today. I hope nobody is angry at me for not answering this question, but there will be more streams. I try to stream 2 times a month, but yeah, sometimes it's a bit difficult to schedule that, but there will be a stream in January, definitely, for more lore questions. The question about a question about motives of Sauron's last stand at Mount Doom against the Last Alliance. Could Sauron use the Orodruin, an eruption or pyroclastic flow against the elves and men? Yeah, maybe it is possible. It's hard to say how much control he really had over Orodruin, but maybe he could have used something like this, but it seems like he did not, so maybe he could not. If it was so easy, he probably would have done it, I guess, and that's never mentioned. So I don't have really good answer for this either way. But yeah, maybe he could have done something like this, but maybe only when certain things align. The Orodruin, the Mount Doom was created by Melkor or Morgoth, somewhere, I assume, during the First Age, and it's a very specific place where the doom of the world is somewhat forged, and I think therefore it is more widely known. Using its properties as a volcano as a weapon is maybe a bit much, but probably not impossible to do. But I know maybe maybe they were out of reach, and also he has to consider that his own place was close to the Tower Barad-dûr was also close to this place too, so maybe he did not want to damage it, because the One Ring can be undone in Mount Doom, so maybe also the foundations of Barad-dûr could be undone in with the fires of Mount Doom. So maybe he has to be a bit careful with it. Just my theory, though, why he would not make more use out of that. So for him, probably also a very powerful and scary place that he can't mess around too much with. But just my theory. A bunch of great people in the chat. Really enjoyed the chat. Yeah, it was pretty awesome today. I think Tom Bombadil was Tolkien's grandfather and Goldberry his grandmother. That's an interesting idea. Just a fun... I don't remember them, and so they resemble their personalities. Yeah, that could be possible. I think he does not mention it, but yeah, why not? I'm not sure how well he knew his grandparents. There was also the question if he knew them. I don't know. As said, I'm not too familiar with Tolkien's biography and so on, and especially not with his grandparents, so I can't really comment on that. Shelob got owned by Samwise, but Shelob is actually a spider. Maybe more than a spider, but also a spider, and Ungoliant is just vastly more powerful than Shelob. Yeah, Ungoliant and Shelob are the most disturbing creature. Tolkien, definitely true. Exactly, they're to rescue Morgoth from Ungoliant, so that speaks for vielen Dank und guten Rutsch an alle. Thank you, to you too. Have also a nice slide into the next years. We translate this. Guten Rutsch. Balrogs are in the Fall of Gondolin version, there is a mention that a Balrog had twice the height of an elf, I think. And elves are already, could be like 2 meters or something, so relatively tall. And maybe it was then around 4 meters or something. Not sure what this is in foot and inches, though. If you have to leave, just keep it secret, keep it safe. Yeah. So yeah, I would say that wraps us up for today. I know that there might be more questions in chat, but it's not like I'm gone forever or something, because we will definitely do more lore streams in the future with some fascinating questions and answers. And yeah, currently working also on some video stuff. There might be one video that might be not Tolkien related. I hope people are not angry with me doing one of those. But yeah, we will see if I do it. But I also work on a Tolkien related video in parallel too. So there is stuff coming up on this channel. And then there's also, I will probably start production next month for the next episode of the Who's Elrond video. Also, let me see. Don't I have to do the credit stuff? I sadly don't have the current credits available, but it should not be a big problem. Oh, I maybe didn't render it. Okay, so chat, we have to talk a bit longer because I forgot to render the credits, as always. So I have to do this in parallel really quick. if you do a Twilight video, it's not a Twilight video. I can maybe spoil it. I am considering, I'm tinkering over the Matrix Resurrection film for some time, and I maybe make a small review. But I really plan to keep it a small review, because I simply don't have the time to make like a bigger one. The question is, how do I render the credits? That is a good question. I have an idea. It's always stuff you should do before you start the stream. And I always forget about doing it doing the production stuff before the stream. Why is this over here? That makes no sense. Whatever. So all I need to do now is open my last project and just copy paste the credits from there, and then we at least have something, right? Maybe I can create a new scene or something. That would help too. It's too late for that, chat. Editing this late in the day is always difficult. When we do it in 6 at 30 FPS, that would be sufficient. I also forgot to name it correctly. That is, of course, stupid. But that kind of worked. Let's call it credits December. That should work. Can I paste it? I can. Let me just double check if everything is somewhat alright. Seems alright. Awesome. Just a matter of hours here. Next thing I question myself is, I have a thing for it. That's awesome. Okay, chat. So I'm rendering the credits now. Then I can play them and think about what else do I need to hint you at. So yeah, as said, working on a video about, again, pronunciation with some interesting stuff in it, I think. When it comes to Tolkien stuff, I'm also maybe planning to make this Matrix Resurrection little review thing. It's a little spoiler for those here on the stream. And what else is there? The next part, as mentioned, of the Elrond video is will be shorter. I won't release a 2-hour video. Maybe it's just, I don't know, 40 minutes or an hour or something. We will see how long it is. Shoutouts to all the artists, of course. You can see them currently here in the credit roll. And shoutouts to all the supporters. Much appreciated. I said I would record new episodes for the podcast. We'll do this maybe next year. I definitely want to record new stuff, but currently the last video just ate up too much time for this. But there's new podcast episodes planned, maybe with some interesting guests. And yeah, on the gaming channel, maybe I do next year also like something like my top games of 2021 or something, the classics, and use the Ring of Power for rendering the credits. I did. I used the Ring of Adobe Premiere to do this. yeah, lots of fun to all. I wish you guten Rutsch ins neue Jahr, as we say in Germany. Slide well into the next year. Have a fantastic new year. And celebrate it well and have a lot of fun. And maybe come back to my channel and see this stuff. I hope you enjoyed the stream. And I would say, see you people next time. Goodbye.